Hey everybody, I just was bored tonight, so anyway, I was looking at this, I was watching this earlier, this video, and listening to some of the discussion on Todd's channel. So this one guy was having this discussion today, and I heard Jill was in there, but it had to do. It was a video that Sammy 420 Atheist did.
Good morning. I hope everyone can hear me. I have to do an audio check here in a second, so
let me hold on. I'm gonna turn that.
Yeah, it sounds good. The link has been pinned, so I don't know if I get many views. It's Sunday. I don't really have anything to talk about.
Why is that loud like that?
Does it mean we can't find anything? Yeah, Hulk. Yeah, Huck. I don't know how to do the laugh.
The video's muted, but I'm still hearing it.
But we shall see.
That is weird. Okay, all right. Well, I guess I don't have volume control on that. Let's turn it back up.
Just give me a moment to wake up more.
I should turn that off so that's not in my ears anymore. Okay, I think I know what's going on there. Okay,
so second, put on my glasses.
Okay, I got sound.
Hey. Morning, midnight.
Yeah. Anyway, this video came up, and
so I was just over at Will's.
Hold on one second.
He's currently watching.
Okay. Yeah, they in this video that Sammy did. Getting back to that one, and there was a bunch of people in there. William, Sammy, I think Heretic, probably Halsey, Space Cadet, maybe Pixie. I don't know. I don't remember Pixie, but she might have been. Anyway, they went through this Christian camp that was like, I don't know, pretty weird stuff I think going on, but it's kind of a charismatic run camp, and I think they're doing, trying to get these kids prepared for the spiritual warfare, that as they think it's necessary, as they determine from how they read the Bible, I guess. Anyways, but then I wanted to go back and look at that hangout, and then I noticed that Sammy's video was taken down because some of the content was owned by Australian broadcasting companies. So I think that was probably the video footage from the camp, all that stuff. So, but then there's going to be, I don't know, I wanted to catch at least part of it. And one way I can do that is because Todd actually did a review of Sammy's video. So I don't know. I'm hoping there's some parts there I can see. So let me see what's up here.
Jesus Camps.
Anyway, I'm just hanging out on a Sunday night, kind of bored. If anybody wants to come in, we can have a conversation.
Good God, that fucking movie was disturbing. I never seen the whole thing, but yeah, there was apparently there was a kid who was like sitting on the ground crying because he couldn't believe.
Right? Oh yeah, this is so Midnight's talking about
that,
one of the kids
that everyone around him believed, but he just couldn't. Right?
Yeah, that was an interesting part of the video.
Sorry, great. Jill is here. You know what? Give Jill the floor.
Jill.
He's much more important than I am. Hashtag.
I guess he is black after all.
Well, yeah, but I'm albino. Okay, I'm a minority too. Don't forget that.
Yeah, but you come and go. Will always be
I think I've asked Midnight that before. Is he a black albino or a white albino?
They're like a shiny Pokemon. You only get so many.
Yes, I know, right? There's more black.
Dog's in a good mood today.
morning,
But
Joe.
you
Give me
gonna
one quick
talk?
second.
So what didn't you like about Jesus Camp again?
I mean, everything.
Oh,
From what
I
I've
think it's
seen
funny.
from Mills. Well, I mean,
A little kid crying because he's not able to do something. That's pretty fucking hilarious. Like that's every fucking little kid.
right.
I can't do it. Nah. To be honest, it's
I like
just
that
okay.
Yeah,
Get good, scrub.
you might just disagree with the teachings, but you really have no epistemic warrant to.
yeah, fuck you.
reject
I'm out of here.
Oh my God!
yeah.
I knew he was gonna.
There you go.
That's funny.
So they don't like Jesus Camp, so we'll send them to a camp where they can learn about transgenderism. That'll be better for them.
We could always step in and watch. I didn't even know William was streaming.
Oh yeah. Let's eavesdrop.
Yeah.
Let's snipe Willie's. You see, they don't have people to respond to their nonsense over there. So they want to demonize Jesus Camp. Jesus Camp is a very good camp to send your children if you're a Christian.
I wouldn't want to send my kid anywhere near fucking anything called Jesus Camp, to be honest. I'd rather get shot. Unless, like, I'm in charge there to make sure, like, none of the people are, like, weird secret pedophiles, because, you know, that's what people do.
Yeah.
And it's not a matter of, like, Christendom's fault, but, like, just people in general being fucking sickos and taking advantage of situations like that. Yeah, I don't fly with that.
Yeah, you have to be careful wherever you send children, right? Yeah, that's has to be
Sorry, Bon.
first and
Didn't mean to
foremost.
confuse
But
you.
I thought it was really
I
good
figured
teachings.
I better put my face up
Trying
there.
to figure out where I got stuck.
Anyway, I was just kind of curious about that Jesus Camp stuff. It was kind of
Okay.
You know what's weird? I asked William, but I highly doubt he will do it. I asked
I would
William
never send
to
my child to that camp.
kind of give me the same type of live reviews as he would do.
I'm gonna try to fast
Isn't
forward
it wonderful how weird how like some people will only face you in person, but they'll never face like the actual videos you make or record.
So, just wandering through my mind today, because deconverting is like unscrambling eggs.
I
That's where I made all these connections. Trying to figure out where I got stuck.
Hopefully, when they get older, they'll learn what Acts 2 actually teaches about speaking in tongues. Well, that's where discipleship comes in and Bible
interpretations and translations. Yeah,
okay, I don't want to
converted by roots. So
Right.
maybe this is. Let me see it.
Oh my God.
That sounds like bad Hebrew. Like they're trying to translate
Hebrew.
something in Hebrew, but they can't.
Hopefully, when they get older, they'll learn what Acts 2 actually teaches about speaking in tongues. Well, that's where discipleship comes in and Bible
interpretations and translations. Yeah.
Well, I was never.
There it goes. Hold up. I'm trying to hear what he says. Sorry about that. Let me snap.
Well, I was never one of these types of Christians, but I remember in my Christian walk when this movie came out, Jesus Camp.
Oh, that's William. Okay, so this is
I
William's
didn't
video.
follow that
Okay,
Babylon,
maybe I
that
can.
Pentecostal
I
gibberish.
was looking at the
But a
wrong.
lot of what they were doing, I was okay with.
I
mean,
thought it
some
was
I look back at it now and I'm like, what the fuck?
420 Atheists'
You know,
video. So.
We have to make our kids Christians by any means necessary because if
All right,
not,
let me see if
they
I
won't
can
be with us in
find
heaven.
that one.
So what length
Because I'd
would you be
rather.
willing to go to ensure that your kid is in heaven with you?
Yeah, stop it.
I'm just gonna because I'd rather see. Let's stop sharing that one second, and I'll go to William's channel. Oops. Just give me a second here. Right. And I guess that's a live video. Is that 4 hours ago? Is there ever? No, that'd be. Okay, here it is. I guess Mine of the Funny Christian, maybe. Oh, got company. Oh, here's Jill. Hey, Jill, what's happening? Give me a second. Let me pause this.
Can you hear me?
Hey there. How are you?
Hey, what's going on?
I can hear you. Did you ask if you're
Oh,
coming
okay.
through? Yeah. Yeah, no, I only caught a little bit of that discussion you guys were having this morning, and so I was just jumping back to that, but some of
Yeah, I
that
see
was
you
kind
was
of
reviewing that. Yeah, I was gonna tell you in the chat that that was on Williams' channel, not
okay,
420.
thanks. Yeah, well, I
Yeah,
noticed that once I saw the video. Actually, I was like, "Oh, that's William."
yeah. So you can review his instead of reviewing us reviewing him.
No, right. No, I know.
You know, like
I got his video up now.
5 levels of,
So
of people on
you
the
didn't
panel.
happen to you didn't happen to go into his channel at the time. I mean, are you in that hangout anywhere or no?
No, they banned me. They,
Oh, oh.
well, I think he officially banned me when Bro Joe was there. So when Bro Joe is when Bro Joe is present, I'm not
Okay.
allowed to
So if
be on the
he's there,
stream.
you can't be. Why? What's
Uh,
is that? I mean, I
it's
don't
just
know.
no, it's just an excuse not to let me on. That's all.
Well, I just wouldn't expect Brojo to be involved in. I mean, Brojo's pretty
Well, he did the same
whatever.
thing
I
with
know he
Malhart.
doesn't like the fact that you don't come on camera. I know that, whatever.
Yeah,
But
yeah, he did
okay,
the same thing
yeah, I
with
get you.
Malhart. So yeah, that's just Bro Joe. He doesn't like to
Well,
lose.
I don't see. Yeah, I can understand what he's doing with Wildheart. I don't know what he's doing with you. I guess. I don't know. So-
Well, he claims that he's doing it because of my conversation with Pine Creek. So that's the excuse he propped up. Now, oh
oh,
yeah, I got a reason to ban
so
Joe permanently
all of a
now.
sudden now you're an especially evil Calvinist
Yeah,
or
yeah.
something. Is that okay?
That's it.
It has
That's
to do
it.
with.
Yeah. So now he wants to get on his moral high ground. He wants
Well,
to take the
yeah, but
moral
you do
high
the
ground.
same thing. You do the same thing because you figure out what are the entailments that I'm seeing from what he's saying, and those entailments must be true about him. So he's a heretic, or in Brojo's case, he's a fucked up individual, man. I don't want to have his
Oh yeah.
voice on my
Oh yeah.
channel.
But I would love to destroy all of his arguments, however. So
Well,
it's the argument he's afraid of. It's not. It has nothing to do with being. Because if he thought he could defeat my argument, he would surely invite me on and show everybody how he
but
defeated
Joe,
the big
Joe,
bad Calvinist.
Jill,
Right?
you're talking to someone. I mean, we've had our talks, and you probably
Well,
to this day think you've won some of your arguments against me,
um, of course,
right? So,
all of them.
yeah, but
Well,
I don't
because
think
you,
so. I don't think so.
I do.
Like, to me, it's so obvious that the Bible teaches open theism that,
Ah, there,
like,
there
and
we go.
you don't see it. It's like, but I don't call you a
Ah,
heretic because you don't
you
believe the
go.
Bible.
Well, no, well, no. If you're talking about Christians, fighting or arguing, that's different than an atheist, right?
Yeah, but you don't even think I'm a Christian, do you? Because I'm an open theist, and that's a different God.
Well, there's some open theists who I think might be okay, but then there are
Yeah, just like
yeah.
some Calvinists are okay, right?
Well, no. I'm
There's
thinking
a
of
few of them.
universalism. I'm sorry. I'm thinking of
Oh, universal.
universalism.
Oh,
No, yeah,
oh, okay.
yeah. Open theism is. I think it's more pantheism than Christian.
Well, I do hold to a panentheistic model, which is like sort of an in betweener,
Right.
but
Yeah.
and I get I get why, and I mean I think and I do I hold to that God is a spatial temporal being,
Right.
and he has properties that he can exist invisibly or visibly, without changing his nature. So if you're gonna have a model like that, none of the stuff's gonna line up with other Christians' views, like sort of,
Or
you
the
know what I
Bible.
mean? No, I'm appealing to the Bible because the Bible teaches us stuff that God birthed the universe into existence. That's what kind of metaphor, you got to keep some kind of connection between the language and the fact,
God birthed the universe into existence,
Yeah, according to Moses.
according
That's
to
just that's
Moses.
just Bible. That's Psalm 90 verses 1 and 2. If you look at the Hebrew,
Wh-
that's the
Who
picture.
got him pregnant?
Uh, I think he's impregnate. He birthed. He don't need another person to get pregnant. He can
He
just be.
impregnated himself.
You can just say, "I'm pregnant." Okay, here. Well, so did Mary? Do you think Mary had sex to become pregnant?
He can just say, "I'm pregnant." Imagine that. Imagine a
Well,
woman walking
you
down.
know,
I'm
I mean,
pregnant. Poop.
I
And then
assume it's kind of, the language is metaphorical. Hello,
I get it. Yeah. I
hello,
get it.
Victor. Anyway,
Hey, what's up, angel babies?
not
I'm
much
just
on the
warning.
board tonight.
I'm just
And
warning the Leviathan thing. The Leviathan gang won't come in here if I'm here. So if you want me, if you want me to leave, then
Jill, I'm not gonna ask you to leave unless you do something that warrants it. But you're
well,
like,
that won't happen.
I got 6 people I can have in here, but that's all right.
You had the Obama night.
Hmm.
You have the Obama
I got
streaming.
Obama Light StreamYard.
Get the free phones.
Obama light. Obama yard.
Yeah, but anyway, so hey, Victor, did you happen to see that Williams hangout when he was going over the Jesus camp stuff?
I didn't catch that part. Got in there a little bit after that. They closed out the little Jesus camp. I saw the doc. I
Yeah.
seen the documentary before though.
I think I must have seen it. It's an older one, right? Because they were talking
It is. I seen it
about
like maybe like
the
5
people
years
are
ago. I
growing up
think.
now or something, right?
I
Some of
see
these
about 5
kids
years
are
ago.
adults.
It's pretty like
No,
interesting, I
more than
guess.
five
It shows
years.
like the.
I think it's like 20 years old, isn't it?
Yeah,
Something like
that
that.
It's
thing's
pretty
like
old. Yeah, I
15
don't know.
years.
I mean, Jesus
been a
camp was
while.
that was going on a while back. I mean,
I remember that.
Yeah.
Yeah, back when I was in, man, that was a few years, about 15 years ago
Well,
when
back.
that
Yeah.
came
anyways,
out. Let me look it up.
I did
Yeah,
like the idea of somebody tracking down these kids and talking to them like as like maybe 30-year-olds or something
Right.
to see where they
2006.
are.
Oh shit. Oh, wow.
Okay, so
2006.
2006. So yeah,
15
Time
years. About
flies.
15 years. Close to. Oh, no, not
yeah,
quite.
well, 17 years. Yeah, so that would put those kids close to 30-ish, 25 and 30. Yeah.
I wonder how they're doing.
Like I'm especially curious about the one kid that they singled out. You remember the one kid who was having trouble
He was
believing?
crying because wasn't he wasn't catching the spirit or it wasn't.
Jill, I can't believe though. I really can't believe that as a Calvinist, if you
Oh
believe
boy, here
that
we go.
if God, so you'd think you kind of believe that this is a means that God has established in that case, at least, and He's using that to bring, to these kids are being regenerated, uh,
So I'm
in
sorry,
this.
PJ.
I mean,
I
I
have
don't know how this works, dude.
I'm
On your
sorry,
system.
PJ. We can be talking about Marlboro cigarettes and Calvinism will come up. I'm sorry. I
Hey
apologize.
man, to
Everyone, St.
each
Tommy
their
in
own
Christ.
sin. Hey Saint T, what's up?
I'm sorry, y'all. But yeah, what do you? I don't believe in gratuitous evil. I don't believe that evil is uh, that God doesn't use any or all evil for good.
Right. Yeah. James, you told the James White line, right? Well,
Yeah,
if God didn't determine that evil, it would be purposeless evil. And
right.
we can't have purposeless evil running around in my sovereign world.
I think he takes all. I think he takes all of people's free will choice to do evil and uses it for good. And I think he stops 99.9% of all evil.
Hey,
So it's
bonus
that.
points if you guys
That's like
come on camera.
Lysol. Ninety nine
Yeah,
point nine
Just
that's
percent of all
like
saying.
germs.
yeah. Yeah, I believe he stops most of evil that occurs. So if God were to
Oh.
remove his hand from this
Woo, man.
country,
Imagine if he wasn't holding it back, aren't you?
man,
Hey,
man,
St. Tommy, you're looking good.
just-
I think I
Thank you,
caught a
bro.
glimpse.
You want
Simon,
another?
you
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 want
receive
another peek?
Well, just stay on camera, man. Let me see you. Let
Saint
me see
Tommy
the
full of
wonder,
grace.
the wonder that is St. Tommy. Yeah, thank you, thank you, thank you. What are you doing, Victor? You naked or something?
Yeah, I'm chilling like always.
Okay. I like it when people come on camera.
I know. You're a weirdo. You're probably gonna
Makes it better for the 0 viewers out there.
You have 0 viewers?
I don't know why it's showing
Brojo
0
was out
viewers. It
there.
should have at least one.
It should be
Oh.
4.
Brojo was out there complaining
Oh yeah, I got 4.
about
It's just
about
he's
Go ahead.
his
complaining
personal aversions. Yeah.
Oh, no.
Was he
Okay.
out? Oh, I'd come in, but the trash stinks. Throw it out and disinfect.
That poor rascal.
Poor baby.
Shit.
Could it be his own upper lip? Could
Well,
that be what he's smelling?
you see,
I don't
Brojo, Iranic's a man, not like that punk that you frequent over there who will allow you to tell him who can come on his channel.
Who is it? Who are you referring to?
The Leviathan.
What's the deal with you and Will? What?
It's either
Why are
William
you
or
guys
Heretic.
dancing? What's up with you and Will?
Oh no, Brojo told him not to let me on while he's there. So and he listened because I don't believe William is a man.
What channel was that?
Not only did I question his Christianity, I questioned his manhood.
Oh, it's a Christian.
You're looking for a fight.
Check his stones like a good high priest. Yeah.
Well,
Brojo, really, I all that stuff on Pine Creek's channel and all that, you guys, he's just a regular Calvinist.
Exactly, that's what Calvinism teaches. He doesn't understand that. He thinks
if you're gonna keep
Here
Jill
comes
out,
the law.
then you're gonna just keep every Calvinist out, because if you're gonna press them,
that
they're gonna
wasn't
come to
the reason, Irene. Come on, everyone in here knows.
I'm just saying that most
toes.
Calvinists, if you press them, if they were being honest, you could press them and put them in the same corner, and they'd be given the same answers basically as you get. So
that wasn't the reason. We all know the reason why.
Because you're black?
No. I'm one of the few Christians who can, St. Tommy's one also, who can destroy every contention you have, leaving you nothing but the bare nakedness of your anti-supernaturalism.
Ooh, now it's getting interesting.
That's what Joe can do to any non-believer, including you, Irene. That's why they fear
Jill,
me.
I think I've forgotten more Bible than you'll ever know.
Oh, that was a good one. That was cute.
I know. I'll have to plagiarize that one.
I had to think about that one for a second because I'm black, but that was good.
Well, I am kind of older than you.
Yeah, you guys are retired.
So I've had a lot more time to study it, and
I ain't
probably
retired.
more time to forget it.
St. Tommy, you're retired, aren't you?
No, I'm on this silly ass platform 10, 12 hours a day.
Exactly. Right.
But this isn't the job, Tommy.
Well, it's part of my calling, so what can I do?
Okay, all right. It's your heavenly job. Okay, you're calling.
Yeah, breathing, guarding my heart, and YouTube
and grace.
You've heard of election, haven't you? Biblical kind, where you're elected to service.
Yeah.
I was talking to Jill. Yeah. So
God
so St.
elected
Tommy Tommy is one of the elect.
Right.
That's predestined.
I consider,
Blame God. I know I'm obnoxious, but it's not my fault.
I'll be lucky if I can find a hole in the fence.
How many obnoxious people can we get in here tonight, I wonder? Who else could we get in here? I would suggest Jay Pasick, but I can't stand
I don't know. What your mama doing?
I wish Brojo weren't so pious.
Hey, Mom, you want to get online? No.
State of affairs. State of affairs.
I wish Brojo weren't so pious, Golly.
Well, this is, Brojo's, he's putting up a pretense, that I'm offended. So that's what I don't like.
Yeah, he's a phony.
No, he's not a phony, but
He's a
I don't know.
phony.
Brojo's cool.
I think he wants to make a point. You know,
He's just
Yeah,
Italian.
this is the opportunity, one of the rare
he's
opportunities
shaming one of the members of the community and hoping
of the
that
Calvinists. Yeah, we're gonna get these
Trying to
Calvin.
get him shunned and
You know
shit.
what?
You know,
Ironic. That made me want to hold on to Calvinism even more. It's just, like
What?
the mere fact that they hate Calvinism makes me want to hold on to it.
Is
Oh
that
my
a
goodness, what is that?
persecution complex? Is that a
I
persecution
guess.
complex? Yeah,
Well,
I
it
got
is
one
true.
Romantic
too.
Italian.
It is biblical, but I mean, here I'll say this: it makes me want to promote it more now. Most
man.
Calvinists don't like to speak on this; they don't like to talk
What?
about it.
What's your favorite part of Calvinism? Is it irresistible grace, Joe?
It is, yes.
Oh, I love it.
You could,
I like the
you
tits.
love that part of too.
I love it.
Like kids.
I love
You
it.
said obnoxious. I'm sorry.
You can't just take one part of the tulip. You got to take the whole flower.
What about
Um,
limited atonement?
Yeah, you got to take that too.
That's
You gotta take-
silliness. Who's got time to bicker about limited atonement? You know,
Okay,
God's
should I let?
gonna do what He's gonna do.
I guess. Hey, is everybody considered Tog obnoxious enough to let in here?
Talk school, man.
I think so.
Tog is
I
St.
think
Tommy
I think-
approved.
he's like
Hey,
way up
puppy.
there on the obnoxious.
Tog is a
Oh
theologian.
hell yeah!
St. Tommy approved for now.
For now,
Yeah.
Room for one more, bro, Joe.
I don't know what I walked into. I saw Ironic was live and I was finishing dinner with my wife, so I'm like, I'll join before nap time.
Well, I'm glad you came in. Beats,
Well, I
sitting here
guess some
alone
of us
listening
lack
to your video.
testicular.
Thanks. Yeah, I
fortitude.
wouldn't want to do
Yeah.
put you through that
It's
either.
my voice. My voice.
Did you know I was? Did you know I opened up with your video?
No. Well, I
Oh,
did, but I didn't. I saw it in the by the comments. I clicked back and saw.
I see. Yeah. Anyway, I didn't mean to interrupt. It was going good. Go ahead, Jill or Saint.
Don't overtalk me when I'm overtalking you. Irony.
Right. I'm sorry.
That's okay.
We had a new guest.
What do you guys think of misogyny?
Fresh meat.
I love
Misogyny.
massages.
What
I
is
started.
that?
I started.
I love when she's massaging me.
Yeah, right.
Mama told me to stay away from gay stuff. I better know.
I thought of a new catchphrase for that's it's misogynistic. It's meat don't speak.
Oh.
Meat don't speak. I don't get it. I guess.
Is that for your wife?
Yeah, sure. I'm just saying, just meat don't speak.
Don't speak
Misogyny.
unless spoken
Yeah.
to.
It's
Is that in the
harsh,
Bible?
right?
Is that in the
it's a hard
Bible?
fill, yeah.
How are you defining misogyny?
Like hatred against women, right?
When
That's
you'd
what
like
you-
to.
No, I define misogyny as in like I'm forced to massage knees because I make the ladies
No,
weak.
shut the. Shut up. I'm serious.
Misogyny.
But legit, like that's it. That's
Let me look that up. That
misogynist
sounds
shit.
like a liberal word. Let me look that up. That means the
Uh-oh.
definition can change tomorrow.
Technically, it's not
Right,
misogyny.
huh?
'Cause women can say to their husbands, "Shut up, meat, don't speak," and it's
Misogyny.
just as hot. I think it's hotter when a woman says it to a man. Actually, right? Shut up, meat, don't
like
speak.
dogging women, like women are just whatever.
All right, dislike
Yeah.
of, contempt for, or women, or prejudice
ya.
against women. So that means that allowing men to punch women in the face. I can't wait. I have my popcorn ready. Ironic. I want to see the trans men go and fight women in boxing, women's boxing. I have my popcorn ready for that.
Oh
You know they get their ass
man,
kicked.
like,
I want to
yeah.
see
What,
that.
It better be topless.
Now
what
that's
about-
Then again, hold up,
misogynistic.
though.
That's
what
misogynistic.
about UFC, man? Wait, they got to do the UFC.
Oh man. I
Can a
can't
trans
Octagon.
can a trans woman complain about getting hit in the balls? Oh my
No low
nuts!
blows, huh?
Oh, right? Doesn't count.
Wow, that's a. Yeah, that would be weird, wouldn't it?
clip this, bro, Joe. I can't wait to see the women get their ass beat. Clip that.
Oh my goodness.
Jesus. Just saying, I can't wait for the woman to get their ass. hearing that just unclipped, like just hear that just without context. Wow.
Unchained.
I got my popcorn ready.
No, the meat doesn't speak just came out from trying to one up a friend in like gaming slogans, so you do the callback. So like, yeah, shut up, meat don't speak. It's just shit to laugh at.
Mm.
It's terrible shit to laugh at. Bad jokes.
There was another 4x4 relay. Another record, woman's record, was broken by a man. One man. I
Well,
mean,
there's a
and
whole lot.
he looked. I mean, he was just so much bigger and stronger, and it looked like he was just playing with them. Like he just waited for like the final stretch and then just blew past all of them in the 4x4 relay. I mean, it
I
was
think there's
Oh,
just
is
a
that
lot
the dude that
more.
ever looked back and kind of like checked out where they were so could slow down a little bit?
And smirk.
I seen
Yeah.
a race like that. Yeah.
It seems to me that
They got no dignity. No dignity.
so like the opposite of misogyny is misandry, right? Misandry, however you want to
I
say
don't
it.
know. I'm not looking at it.
Polyandry. But
Yeah. And
big
anyways,
cow.
to
Big
me,
cow.
that
Technically, it could be
there's,
homophobia.
I mean, there's whatever,
Oh, stop,
the
Todd.
way people are accusing, people. I mean, if you're gonna accuse people of misogyny, I mean, the levels that it takes to
I gotta
simply
get
be
over my
accused of that.
homophobia quick. Suck my dick.
The level of hatred against men in our society is like fucking way up there, and it's constant in all the media. Men are always getting shit on. I
yeah.
mean, it's
And we
like
could take
you just expect it. It's just
That's
like
if you let it.
it's so
Imagine
common.
how bad it is if you're a part white man.
oh,
Men
God.
hating other men. Men are the
I'm
perpetrator
butthurt.
of all this men hate.
I mean, I'm not
white
complaining. I mean, people can
cisgendered.
do what they want. I'm just saying, if you're gonna bitch about people not liking, I mean, who doesn't like women? Come
Can't
on,
wear
man,
a
that's
decent
weird.
sports bra anymore. Gee
I
whiz.
mean, I mean,
Fat guys have it tough, man. Shit.
Those white cisgenders.
but
Yeah.
but just imagine the woman that's like in her proper place. I mean, how valuable is she?
Barefoot, pregnant at the house.
That
Oh,
was a weird one to hear. I heard Nietzsche say that today about like the feminine side of God. It's like you have to put her in her place. And I was like, she was talking about um, like the family dynamic and how women belong there. She was defending the nuclear family, and she was talking about like the Holy Spirit being feminine and putting her in her place back in the family. But just to hear like you better put the woman back in her place, like it was just crazy. Like, oh my god. But it was still pretty nice. I have to say, it was. I was taken aback, but I can understand it. I dig it.
Who was telling you? Who was telling you this?
It was on Williams. I joined a little bit after I finished my stream.
but
Nisha.
Oh, okay, of course, yeah.
Women do
So,
belong in the kitchen.
so Jill, what's the plan? What's
Guarding
the
the food.
plan to help God edify Will? What's the
What's the
plan?
plan? Well,
oh,
I offered to help William answer one of his theological hangups or questions, and
good.
he declined.
Okay. Right.
I
Right.
offered. I said 5 minutes, 5 to 10 minutes every time you stream, and he declined. So,
Okay. Okay.
which tells me he doesn't really want to help.
Right.
He wants to
Right.
stay
Right.
where
Of
he
course,
is.
he doesn't want help.
So
yeah,
God,
but
God has him where God wants him to be. God
maybe
has him right
Jill,
where he wants him to
Jill,
be.
Shall we
per,
start a prayer vigil? What do you think? Prayer vigil?
Right, pray for him. That's all
Yeah.
we can
Pray.
do.
Pray
Jill,
for
you
him.
might want
Okay.
to change your tactic from just going in there, taking 2 minutes to speak, a constant flow of whatever your point is, and then signing off.
No, that was the deal. That was the deal. That I would just come on and answer one question, and that's it.
Have you ever done that, Ironic?
Someone did that for
I don't
me.
know if I might have done. I mean, that's not my general tactic.
I think that
Oh no, they
people that
can't.
fight.
They can't stand me in the stream for longer than that anyway. So I mean, you got to allow them to have their safe space. I mean, some
Wait,
people
Yeah.
they're raised
now
that way.
you're full of
It
shit
is
because
kind. It is.
Jill,
Yeah.
I've been in hangs with these, Brojo's hangs, and you're in there for days. I mean, you just leave when you feel like it. Nobody's kicking you out of
Right.
there. I mean, up till recently. I mean,
Look, ironic. People secretly like Jill. You know, we just do. We
Jill's
can't
likable
help it.
guy. I mean,
I know,
you know,
man. He's sassy.
kind
he's
of blind, but you know, whatever.
Sassy.
well, chutzpah.
I
Women
mean,
are
no
sassy.
one is so blind as
Moxie.
those who
Not
refuse to
sassy.
see. At the
Moxie.
same
Yeah,
time,
Moxie. Thank you.
Don't call a
Sorry.
grown man sassy. Yeah, that's
Sorry. Excuse me, brother. Sorry.
Hey, a little sassy.
You say witty.
It's because you're so young.
Yeah, I offered to help. I mean, I had someone when I had questions about Christianity. I had doubts. There was someone that I actually found them on my own. Um, I I didn't go bow my knee to a bunch of atheists, but I found someone who could answer those
oh, like
questions.
William, that
And
fucking.
so I offered to do the same for William, and he says no. So let him have his safe space. Let him have his vent and with the
Let him
atheist.
heal up. He's healing.
Yeah,
Yeah.
someone cut him pretty bad. It probably, I don't know. It's probably, maybe it's personal. I don't know, but
Did he go to Jesus camp?
it certainly wasn't Jesus camp that did it.
Oh, okay.
I was gonna say, like, you asking Jill how he's gonna edify William, but how is William gonna edify us? Like, what about that? What if we need the edification, right? Is he doing that?
What are you
is he
saying? You
edifying?
don't?
Well, he shovels out an insult on occasion. A clever insult, and that's something. He'll toy with you. He'll rib you.
I wish.
Do you ever
I wish
traffic
William.
in? Do you ever
I wish
traffic
he would
in
come in
insult?
tonight. That'd be fun.
Do you ever traffic in insults, Ironic?
I suppose I insult people like on occasion.
On occasion, gracious heckling, man.
I mean, I don't.
bad.
Yeah, I wouldn't. I don't. I don't ever really want. I don't think I ever openly insult somebody, but I do make it a point in the conversations that to be
Where do liars
mocking.
go?
I mean, so is mock right? I mean, is mocking is sort of insulting.
That's teasing. Yeah, that's teasing. So you try not to revile and
I
hit
mean,
below the belt.
no,
You don't
because
hit below the
no,
belt.
I will tell people right out they're a fucking dickhead or something sometimes. So yeah, I'm just whenever I'm doing that, I'm trying to just get under somebody's skin, if I can. That's all.
Express.
It's
Come
hard
on
not
in.
to get underneath people's skin, I don't think.
Come on in, bro Joe. I won't. I'll be nice. Come on in, bro Joe.
Oh, entreat the
I
brother.
promise I won't. I'll be nice. I promise. I'll be nice.
Was there so Jill, what was what was the exact thing point? Was it something about the children or was it the flood victims? What was it?
I think it
I
was
don't
like
know.
I remember what it was. Were you talking about for the Brojo? Like
know.
why that or?
Well, I'm talking about Pine
Pine
Creek.
Oh
He
I
said,
remember what it was. Yeah,
Yeah, so
I
go
don't
ahead,
remember
Tom.
exactly what it was, but
it
I think
was.
Calvinism did come up, and
Well,
he asked me
okay.
a
It
few
was.
questions about.
Excuse me,
He gave me
Jill.
some
Tog is about to
hypotheticals.
explain what I wanted to know that you don't
Oh,
know.
okay.
Okay, thank you.
It was. It was the whole thing was about the whole. Would you have? Would you give? Have
Oh yeah, would you
birth
have
with a
kids
child?
knowing that they were going to
Yeah,
suffer?
yeah. For however little life that it was that they were given.
Yeah.
Right, but I mean, so how bad did Jill admit to? Like, how serious? Do you recall, Tog? Like what was the
Your
specific?
kid
Do you?
was gonna die of painful, agonizing
Born inside out.
medical condition. Yeah, medical inside out.
Oh,
You
that
know,
is it.
Fly
Okay,
Chew
that's one of the
style.
most painful
Nice.
things you can have.
and your
I
skin would
guess.
dry up and things like that, and be terrible. And
Okay, so that
survivor
was the
rate's really
case,
low.
and
Yes.
knowing that, Jill, and knowing that you didn't have to have the child, you would have it.
I didn't.
I'm sorry. I thought the assumption was you were in a case like God where in advance. I mean, so the future of this thing, of this baby. I mean, this person, and then you have it anyways.
Well, if I'm in the
When you
position of God, then no. But I'm not in the position of God. I'm in the position of a human.
Okay, now that oops, Susie, that reminds me. I was making that. I think I was making that case at the time because that's what people were
People like
acting
when
like
you ask
as
a
if you were
question,
God
right?
instead of like,
Right.
look, it's different. I'm a
I,
man. I don't know that the baby's gonna be this way, but I think
well,
they were
well,
asking you,
he's
Jill,
saying that I
even
Right.
did
as a
know. I did
man,
know.
if you knew, like, if even as a man though, if you knew, and then the next baby we have, or if we have
We're
sex tonight,
forgetting
honey,
something. We're forgetting something. That would
what?
mean that we would have to either use protection all the time,
No, no.
or
Here's the
we
deal.
would
I was
have
just gonna
or
fix
we
that.
have to get an abortion. Oh,
I
okay.
was just
All
gonna
right.
fix that. So here's the deal. Okay, so if you so you know ahead of time that if you have sex on July 30th, and this is a
Oh
week
God.
away, you know, that you'll get pregnant and this will occur. So all you have to do is abstain on July 30th,
Is God
right?
commanding me to abstain?
Neither one of
No,
y'all got
there,
any
no,
business getting
there's no
pregnant on July
commandment.
30th.
As far as I know, there's no
I think they're
commandment
planning
about
their
it.
honeymoon.
This is
Yeah, right.
just somehow you just received the knowledge that on this day, if she gets pregnant on this day, this is what will happen. And I guess you do whatever you
That's
want
what I
to
read
do.
it gets for dressing up like Easy E.
Now, I'm assuming you're just going to skip that day.
Yeah.
I mean,
What if your
why?
wife doesn't want to skip that day?
Oh well, then I have this. I have the body. The
Well,
Bible says that my body belongs to her. So,
That's what I'm saying. See, that's
I,
a hard ask, honey. Please, not tonight.
so I
well,
can't.
It's my
you
wife,
might,
man. It's my
but
wife.
I guess I'd have
it's
to have
your
that baby then.
All right,
well.
yeah. God
You would
obviously
just
wanted it to happen.
you
Throw your wife
seriously
out at you.
you seriously wouldn't discuss it with your wife. You wouldn't say like,
No,
honey,
there's no
honey, I
discussion.
know, like, I know how much you like, you like the big monster, honey. But look at if we
Sweet
do
Nope.
this
Jesus.
tonight, honey, this is what's gonna happen.
No, that'd be a
I mean,
violation of scripture.
now,
Nope.
look, if if you want me to, you need me to, I'm gonna have to, and this is what's gonna happen. But just
Yeah.
so you know, going in, okay. So you still want to do this? I mean, you wouldn't at least do something like that.
Sometimes you gotta be
Maybe.
like a
Yeah.
pimp. It's like, here, bitch, ride this pogo stick to the liquor store. Give me a bottle of I'm tired of your fucking shit right now.
Well, I don't think Jill would treat his wife that way.
She'd probably say, "Well, how do you know God told you that?" That's what she'd probably say.
Oh, okay. And what would you say?
See, the
Just
thing
trust
is
me.
that they atheists come up with these hypotheticals, but they don't understand how
Your wife's
God
an atheist?
communicates. No, God forbid. They don't understand how God communicates. That's why they think they can come up with these nonsensical hypotheticals that to us don't make sense, right? And we're trying to figure out, well, is God telling me to do it? Is he telling me not to do it? What is the Bible? What does the Word of God say about this? None of that is taken into consideration. It's just magic, right? That's not how the real world works. That's not how God operates in the world.
Well, I don't know. I think it's hard for them to distinguish what you're talking about from even like how most people kind of live their lives based on, the thoughts that they have at any moment.
Yeah,
Because
hypotheticals.
they're scared and butthurt.
They make up as they go. They make up their morality as they go, as opposed to the Christian, where we check and see, well, what does the Word of God have to say about this before I do it?
Well, I mean, in the New Testament, or in this New Covenant era, Jill, I mean, I think it's okay to just depend on the Spirit of God, because I mean, you don't always have that Bible handy.
What does that even
Holy
mean?
Spirit.
I mean, like Paul says, if you walk in the Spirit, you won't fulfill the lust of the flesh. So I suggest that Christians do that,
Paul
What
says
does
a
that
lot of
follow
shit.
that advice.
What does that mean? Walking in the Spirit? Does that mean that I'm walking in someone's spirit? What do you mean? What does that mean?
Well, Jill, I could explain how I experience it and stuff, but I don't know if that would be,
I
Yeah,
would
explain it.
say,
I'm curious.
I mean, I could ask you, I mean, do you not walk in the Spirit? I mean, do you think you can not walk in the Spirit as a
No,
Christian?
I think Ironic may be leaning
Because see,
Trinitarian.
I think Paul is instructing Christians to, make sure to walk, it's like a command, walk in the Spirit. And because I think it's possible just to be, not to walk in the Spirit. And
Oh.
that's how Christians can act out in the flesh and
That's
be
called
worldly.
murder.
Do you think a Christian who's acting out worldly in the flesh and sin is doing so in the Spirit?
Well, his conscience would be
what's
fatigued.
what is it that Paul also said? It is not I that do the sin, but sin that dwelleth within me.
Okay, I don't want you
How
to
does
confuse.
that
I don't.
go with-
That was to Jill. So Tog. Okay, I thought Jill. Everybody knew it was Jill and I were having a
Okay.
discussion.
Oh shit, it's gonna be one of them
Oh,
fucking
sorry,
conversations.
yeah,
No,
I see how
Everybody
it
might as
is.
well
Yeah.
fucking
just,
leave.
I
Hey,
was
you
wanting
guys-
an
Dickhead
answer
like
from
that.
him.
Who wants to start the next one? We can just watch this one and
I
was
yeah,
just
we'll watch
I
this
just
one to
wanted an
decide.
answer from Jill.
You guys
That's
get a
fine.
room.
I mean, I don't mind you guys piping in, but you could have let him go first.
What a Jill hog.
Well, okay
Gee,
then.
Ironic. Go ahead, Jill.
Well, I mean, it's not like he's allowed in every channel
Well,
around here,
Galatians
Majority
5.
rules,
So
Frenchie. Roll
when
on.
he's in here, I got to give him special time.
Ooh,
What
Galatians-
is
special
it?
pleading.
All
Special
right, let him talk.
pleading
Let him talk.
for Jill.
Galatians 5 speaks about walking in the Spirit. It's just a metaphor for practical
so
Christian living, basically.
Okay, but in Galatians 5, I mean, if I'm understanding you, that's where Paul is kind of putting he's talking about the two things, the faith in the Spirit, before faith came, or the law, and how and he ties the faith to the Spirit, right? And did you come to God? Did you come to God through the law or through faith in the Spirit? That's what he's right. Is this what you're talking about? And so you're saying that the new covenant life is just one of the Spirit, and you can't help it.
Is that a
regardless
question?
of what happened? Well, I asked him, a Christian who's involved in the flesh and in sin, whatever, is he doing that in the Spirit? Like, as Paul's talking about, walk in the Spirit and you won't fulfill the lust of the flesh. So I don't see how someone can be fulfilling the lust of the flesh and walking in the Spirit, because if you're walking in the Spirit, you're supposed to not be fulfilling the lust of the flesh. At least that's what I thought.
I can even go to the bathroom
exactly
in the Spirit. Lust of the flesh, I can get a Happy Meal at Taco Bell.
Well, I'm just saying, if you want to deal with what Paul, how Paul wrote it, we can look at it. But
lust of the flesh?
I
Is
think
that
we all know what that
every
means,
temporal desire? But anyway, hey, if you want to interrogate Jill in a deposition, I'll shut up. Go ahead, Jill.
No, that's fine. I think
You've crucified.
Everybody knows what we're talking about.
Well, Ironic has crucified his flesh.
So I hope he's not self-emasculated.
He doesn't have any passions, or he walks in the Spirit.
Do any New Testament authors recommend that we mortify the deeds of the flesh?
Yeah.
So that means we put them to death, right? Now, but how do you account for Christians who sin, Jill? Apparently they haven't put their whole flesh to death, right?
Well, are they walking in love? Those who walk in the Spirit walk in love. So when they do mess up,
I agree with you.
They go to God and they say, "Against you have I sinned, and against you alone have I sinned." Like David.
Okay, but that really is not the crux of the question, Jill. It's just, I mean, look, when Paul says, walk in the Spirit, and
that's
you
love.
But if you walk in the Spirit, you won't fulfill the lust of the flesh. How is it when somebody that's a Christian is fulfilling the lust of the flesh that you say they're walking in the Spirit?
Because it's their behavior or their reaction to their walking into flesh. They admit it. They're honest. They don't make excuses. That's called love for God.
But what about the walking in the flesh part?
Ironic?
No, what about the walking in the flesh part that they were engaged in that they're not supposed to be doing if they're walking in the Spirit?
No,
that's what
false.
You're not answering that.
The war is at spirit with the flesh. The flesh when the
I
flesh is in
understand that.
charge, we know that the results are obvious.
Yeah, and
But
when
when
the
the
spirit
spirit is in
oh,
control,
yeah.
Yeah, you
Right.
end up
and
with my sister.
the good
Okay, now
qualities
isn't
within us,
doesn't that
Like open
explain?
ass.
Why don't you just say that explains what Paul means there? If you walk in the spirit, in other words, if you're
was,
conscious of the
well, I
spirit
was,
of
but you was cut,
God,
cut me off.
and then you're not going to be involved in. But you were saying that because you were saying somebody can be involved in sin and at the same time be walking in the spirit, and that doesn't
Yes,
make sense.
yes,
That is
because
false teaching, dude.
because of their
That is
love
false
that they
teaching.
have for God.
Head on, put
David,
it right on the
David,
forehead. Head on.
The
David was
question,
David. Hold, on, let's look at scripture.
Remember
the
David,
that?
question
the
the
Bible says
question
that David was a man after his own heart. Correct?
Jill, there's a difference between having the Holy
Oh, we don't
Spirit
want to deal with the
indwelling
scripture.
you because you're a believer. That happens at the time you believe, right? It's a gift of God. The Spirit comes and dwells in you. But then there is you can be filled with the Holy Spirit and do miracles.
Okay.
That's a different kind of,
Does the
revelation or
Bible? Do you
whatever.
believe
Touch
David
the
was
screen.
saved?
Go ahead.
Do you
Touch.
believe that he was a man after God's own heart?
Uh, at the time that was spoken of him,
Okay.
yes.
So the text says we will not gratify the desires of the flesh. Right? If you look closely at what the text is saying, it's talking about being proud and
Oh.
that being something that satisfies you. When I eat, when I overeat, I should feel, as a Christian, I should feel convicted. I should feel bad about what I've done. It
Oh,
didn't gratify me like it used to gratify me before I became saved. I used to look forward to that binge, right? I used to look forward to
you're
going to the
making me
club.
hungry, Jill. Go ahead,
Okay.
hurry up.
All right. So when the spirit now, you're walking in the spirit, that gratification isn't there. You actually there, it might be there temporarily because of your flesh and you're satisfying your flesh, but afterwards you feel that the love that you have for God, now the relationship that you have for God or with God now takes precedent, and now you're sorry for your action, and you're asking God for help. You're not proud of it. You're not going around marching half naked in front of children. You're not doing all of those things, and you're not boasting in them or making excuses for the behavior.
Okay, St. Tommy, can you
Yes.
comment on any of that?
Yeah. I endorse every word of it. You know. Uh, I want to confess that I gratify my flesh every time I take a breath of fresh air. You know, it just happens. I can't help it sometimes. That's all.
All right.
I
I
kind
don't
of. What about you, Victor?
I don't know if that was a sin, but
There's a place and time for everything.
Tog, you want to address this topic at all about the spirit and the flesh and what Jill
What's your
said?
judgment,
Anything?
dog?
Yeah.
I kind of forgot what I already said originally.
Well, like my original objection was, it seems like Jill is saying, like, because Paul says, it seems to me pretty clearly, if you walk in the, he's admonishing Christians to walk in the Spirit, make sure you're walking in the Spirit. That he was telling, it's like something we need to do, like we could not be doing it. This is like, so walk in the Spirit, and if you do that, you won't be fulfilling the lust of the flesh. So, but Jill seemed to be saying that a Christian could be involved in actual sin right in the act,
Okay.
and be walking in the Spirit.
It
no. Well,
happens. It
well,
happens, Barry.
uh,
Jeez.
so you're
No,
so
I don't think
the
that does
spirit
happen unless it's in ignorance.
the spirit is in the
Oh,
Holy Spirit is indwelt in the believer. Okay,
I
so
agree with you
you can
there.
grieve
That
the
the
Holy
Spirit
Spirit.
doesn't
Okay,
leave us.
so you
Okay.
can grieve the Holy Spirit, and
Right.
so the Spirit is still,
I mean,
you
I would
still
imagine
indwelt
if
it.
you're in the act of adultery, cranking on some married woman, the
Does the
Holy
Spirit
Spirit
leave
wouldn't
you?
be like. I don't
Does the
think the
Hey,
Spirit
Holy
leave
Bud,
at that point?
let
No,
him
remember that
talk.
the
promise
Holy
without.
Spirit is there. I'm
Okay,
saying the
okay,
person is not walking in the Spirit at that
I
moment.
agree. I would
That's what
agree.
I'm
Yeah,
saying.
yeah, I
Okay,
would
all
agree
right,
with that.
good.
Yeah.
All right. All right. Well,
What
we can move
Christian
on to a
Confessions. You've
different
been watching Christian
Yes,
Confessions.
Christian
Welcome to the
Confessions.
show.
Yeah,
All right. See, this is
Reprobation,
where we need.
Reprobators Anonymous.
See,
Yes,
Pine Creek
Reprobators
needed.
Anonymous. Um,
Pine Creek needed to get you,
um,
more. I
Iron.
think he could have helped you back to the sane position if he would
He
have
kicked
let
me.
you.
I
I
was
know.
going to, you know what my next move was, right? You know what my next move was. He knew it because he was complaining.
You were going to interrupt him like you did St. Tommy?
I was
Make him
going
kiss
to
your
Oh
feet
say,
and take his woman.
no. I was going to go to abortion. That's
Oh,
where I was going. And he felt it. He knew where I was
oh,
going.
he didn't
Oh
want
yeah.
to touch that with a 10-foot
Oh yeah.
pole
Yeah.
Ironic.
or
Ironic.
or
Tell us. What's your favorite way to get filled with this Holy Spirit?
to walk and
I know
just
you're indwelt.
Yeah, tell
I've
us what
heard
that
you say.
means.
yeah.
What's
To
your
me,
favorite way to
yeah.
get filled with the Holy Spirit?
Well,
Do you pray? Do you read
no,
scripture?
I
Do
just
you follow the law? Do you stop breaking the law? What's your favorite
how
way
it
to
works
get
with me is
filled?
I just walk in biblical love towards everyone around me,
I
No,
thought
you
I
and
don't.
thought
No,
and
you
I
and
don't.
it
thought
and it
walking in
and
the
it just
Spirit. I thought walking in the Spirit was a product of being filled with the Spirit.
well,
So
if
which comes first, the chicken or the egg, kind of a thing?
I would
What's your
appeal.
favorite way to
Obviously,
get
I'm going to
filled
appeal
with the
to the new.
Spirit?
Obviously, I'm going to appeal to the New Testament. I mean, if you're going to press me like that,
So
You
you
but
don't walk.
find a New Testament and you appeal to it. Okay.
Romans 5
I'm snagging music and harmony before anybody else
is one
does.
of my
Called it
favorite.
I think
frequency.
prayer. I would
So
suggest prayer as a practical strategy towards
You
being
Good
filled
vibes.
with the Spirit.
you
Good
definitely don't
vibes.
read all of Romans 5.
Frequency. Mother
I know
Nature.
you don't read all of it.
Much less 9.
Though you walking in joy right now, St. Tommy.
On occasion, yes.
Those who walk in the Spirit walk in joy, peace. We don't have any worry or anxiety. I went into one stream and and the guy said, "How you doing today?" I said, "Never had a bad day in my life." He basically called me a liar. I was like, "Man, how miserable do you have to be?" Someone
Oh,
says they never had a bad day in your life, and you just say, "No, that can't be true because I've had several bad days," and that's the attitude.
that's
So they're
called
not.
envy, Jill. That's called
They,
envy.
so they don't walk in peace. They don't have peace. They don't because they reject the Prince of Peace.
I want
okay,
more peace. I
so
want
let
more.
me let me
Is
let me read
nine
this.
in fünf and dribbles rising?
See, garçon.
Oh, that's
All right.
in a song. Doesn't a song open up with that?
Trying to recall ninth grade.
By the way, that was William Freeman who told me that. No, that's impossible. Excuse me, I'm eating
I
a
need
cracker.
to. Okay, I want to read these verses here, but this is the answer, St. Tommy. So this is Romans chapter 5. Therefore, having been justified by faith, we have peace with God through our Lord Jesus Christ, through whom also we have access by faith into this grace in which we stand, and rejoice in the hope of the glory of God. And not only that, but we also glory in tribulations, knowing that tribulation produces perseverance, and perseverance character, and character hope. Now this is the verse. Now hope does not disappoint, because the love of God has been poured out in our hearts by the Holy Spirit who was given to us. So this is how I experience it, just to answer your question.
Yeah.
So walk in love, and that's walking in the Spirit. If as I feel, and you
What
know when you're
is
not
love?
walking in love,
What is love?
Well, that's always wanting the best for the other person.
Is that a feeling that
being
you
concerned about
experience?
their.
Is that your experience of love? At what expense to others do you have to
I
have
have
that
been
feeling
the
of
target
love?
of Iron's love before.
I got
Exactly.
hold
Yeah.
up,
What is
PJ.
love?
I've been the victim of love, actually.
Oh,
The victim
God.
of love. Yes, it's terrible.
That's precious.
Victim
How's
of
that?
love. What the
Go
heck?
ahead, Todd. Well, how can you
Sounds
be
like
What
the
type
a
of
victim
love
of
are
hero
we
We
love?
got a
supposed to be talking
confession
about?
on
The
aisle
atheist
3.
love.
Might as well face it. You're addicted to
Addicted to
love.
love.
Sometimes you can't help the people that do love you. It's
You
something
can't
that's
help
out of your
them.
control. No, you can't help the in the
Yeah,
saying.
you
There's
can't
nothing you
help
can do
them. So
about
how is
there's
that?
nothing you
Okay,
can do about people who love you, right? There's nothing you can do about
and
them
that's
loving you.
and in that way they victimize you because you love them, and you can't help but be prey to their sad case. Is
Hey,
that what you're-
Jesus wept. Love ain't all smiles and sunshine. It hurts
Well, I just wonder what
sometimes.
Tog is getting at,
Mhm.
with this. Yeah, if somebody. Okay, I mean, explain that a little bit more.
The prudence of a man deters his anger, and it is to his glory to overlook an offense. Just thought I'd say it. Back to you, Todd.
Oh, you don't know? You've never been a victim of someone else's love?
Well, not the if it's love. I mean, I would define it like for 1 Corinthians 13, or does, and those attributes. So I don't see a person loving you how you could be victimized by someone who's
When I
exercising
hear
love.
somebody say they love me, I surmise that they like me. And that level of love can disappear like a fart in a whirlwind the second I get on their nerves. I heard a man say, anytime, St. Tommy, anytime. You know, I love you, St. Tommy. But anyway, I got triggered. Sorry. Back to you, Todd.
Anytime in the ring. That's right, brother. SmackDown 24. Tickets on sale now.
There's a certain fellow I know
What is
that
Excuse me.
he's
he a
always on my
Longfellow?
ass. He is a long fellow. He's always on my ass. He's always on my case. He's always telling me about how, my attitude, sometimes my shit isn't acceptable. And if I keep it up, he might not stick around very much, right? And I
In your
always yell,
hangouts, you mean? This is online, you mean?
he's
Is this
around. He comes
wizard?
to hangouts to and fro. I won't give his name
It's
out.
not IRL. That's all I'm
Hopefully
saying.
you guys can figure out who I'm talking about. But
This
anyway, he
isn't
comes.
IRL.
Yeah, this is in real life. Yeah, he comes, right, and he tells me this stuff. He's like, dude, he's like, you gotta stop some of this shit, dude. It's not cool, right? It's
What is he
fucking,
talking about?
it's
Your
killing
language,
you.
or
It's killing you. It's
I
just
know. I
almost
know who
every
it
little
is.
thing.
I know
And
who it
then,
is.
like, I tell the guy, I'm like, dude, I'm me. What else more can I do, dude?
I'm gonna
Right?
put it in the private chat, Todd. Tell me if this is him.
You said dude.
Yeah, dude.
Lizard.
No.
No?
Shout out to Mr. L out there.
He's very close to his Christian. Very close. Close to our hearts, this guy. And he's always nagging me on. He gives me really good advice. He's like really good in my ear, you know? And he convicts me and he drives me to do things. And sometimes I don't want to do them, but I
Somebody's
do them
coming to mind,
because
but I
I
can't
know
think
it's
of
the
his
right
name.
thing to do.
I think the spirit's revealing who it is to me, but it's coming slowly. It's
Is
like
it Sparkle?
I
What's the
see it like
spirit revealing?
I see it like trees walking right now. Does anybody you might pick that up?
Get that
Did somebody
reference?
just come in? Let's see. 1,
Where?
2, 3, 4.
Fresh meat.
No, no one came in. I shared my screen. I'm debating tomorrow.
Wow.
Yeah, this
Okay, I was
guy
like,
is
what the hell's
incredible.
going on here?
What
It's
It's
like
is
on
he's everywhere
that?
at once almost.
Debate Cafe. Why does it look like that? I can't even see the name of the channel. Anyway, that's on Snake's channel. You guys know Snake, right?
Nope.
Snake was right.
Nope.
Does the Bible advocate slavery? Seriously? Another
Again.
slavery debate?
Another one.
The atheists love it.
What
They
the?
just love it.
Yeah,
What the? I mean,
They're like, God was a meanie.
this was
He
their
enjoyed
main.
slavery.
This is their
God
ace of
wasn't me.
spades. This was their ace of spades card that they're gonna hold up. They think they're gonna hold it up, and it's gonna work.
Is that the name of the channel? Debate Cafe?
Yeah, it's called Debate Cafe. I don't know why it cut off the screen like that.
I'll look that up and check it out.
well, it's
Yeah, it's
because
tomorrow at 10.
it's a scheduled
Right
event.
on.
That's why.
That chick looks freaky. I don't know if I'd date her. Look at those
Oh,
eyes.
that's Snake.
Oh,
Yeah, I don't think I
you
want to
can
put my
tell these
pecker in
days.
that mouth. Look at that,
See,
man. You
he's a
get cut
female
up.
snake.
Jesus.
Oh boy.
Oh, fell for the trap.
I know.
It's a trap.
And guess who one of the judges will be?
Run, Forrest. Who?
William.
Richard Madsen.
Oh my.
Okay.
Cool.
You automatically fail.
He's a very
Yeah.
logical guy.
I already lost 30 points going in. So,
He's like the Spock of.
but I never pay any
The
attention
Spock,
to
Jesus
their
Christ.
rulings.
How do you score a debate?
There is no religion.
I mean, how do
There is
you
only logic.
legitimately score a
Yes,
debate?
Captain. But
You
is it?
don't.
Does it
Well,
Is there a
illogical.
certain?
Yeah,
you know, you're-
there is. There is
No
ironic.
no
Ad
Christian.
hom is minus 5 points. Ad hom. For every
Oh,
ad
okay.
hom is minus 5
No
points.
Christian has ever won a debate on this channel, so I don't go here to win their little contests at the end, their little debate or their
You
little
go in there to
judging scoring.
parade, don't you, Jill? You go in
Yeah,
to
going there to
parade
educate.
fearlessness. Yeah, parade fearlessness. Yes, I do love it. I do love it.
Yeah, many people don't understand what's going on in the scriptures. So I mean, that's
well,
yeah,
you
praise
used
is
to say
pretty
that
good.
about G-Man all the time, where Saint Tommy, like the guy had confidence, or at least, or something
Well,
about
yes,
his
I
approach.
said about Brother G Man, I said that one reason why he is disliked is because he manifests fearlessness. He says some of the
right,
most outlandish things fearlessly.
right.
Like,
That's
where's the
right.
scripture
But
actually
Jill is
begin and
different.
end?
Jill
Like,
is different.
where's the
Jill
sidewalk
parades
begin and end? And
fearlessness. Jill
if you want
parades
to play,
fearlessness
if you
differently
want to play
than
hopscotch in front of somebody's house all day long and not look up and down the block, that's kind of like where the Bible's at, and that's where a lot of Christians fall into. They just stay on that one block and play hopscotch all day long with their friends and make
Back
up their
and
own
forth.
Well,
rules.
come on over and play.
I am.
We've been on every
Yeah.
block.
Yeah.
We have bikes, PJ. We've been on every block.
I actually don't know how to
I
play
put a motor on mine.
hopscotch.
And don't let your
You never
knickers
played
get in a
hopscotch?
bunch.
We've taken
I
out
don't think
all
I've
your
ever played
all your drug
hopscotch.
dealers. We've taken out all your kingpins. We've taken them all out.
Bullshit. You guys are using them for your benefit
We've
by
been on every
fucking
block.
calling them in at the bottom of the basements to give them a 12-step fucking program, hoping they come in and bring the little fucking welfare babies that donate money. When they get older, they get on drugs and they want to
They
fucking
call me
regret their
Frank
lives
White.
and come in, and it's a
They call
fucking
me
circle
Frank
of
White.
crap.
Why is that?
Well, at least it's a door that's always open, though.
They call me Frank White of the apologetics.
True.
I mean, think about it. Regardless, it's always there for the fucking fuck up kids, and that's a good
Yeah,
thing,
but
right?
like if you
I
get
was
back
like-
to like, oh yeah, but okay, if you get back to like true like crusade mentality, you like get these motherfuckers, right? You make them to like Christian soldiers. You fucking whip them into fucking shape, or else they get to fucking torture bins. What happened to that kind of good shit?
I always
That's the
like
kind of
Victor
stuff
when
you
he's
need.
on. I like Victor when he's on his anti-Christian rants.
Just having fun. You said obnoxious, right?
I'm saying I like it.
See, Tommy's still trying to figure it out in the private chat. I gave up after the first try. Say Tommy's
Right. He's not going to say. He's not going to say.
Oh,
If
I
I
think
told
I
you, you
was-
guys might be ashamed.
I think I was right on my first try.
Ain't that a shame?
All
I
right,
think
here.
I know who. I think I know who it is, but I just can't think of the name.
Get rid of that snake icon.
I'll
It's
tell you
making
if
me
it's-
hot and bothered.
Yeah, me too. Oh no, not that, but
Just bothered.
Get out of here! You're such
bothered.
a clown, Todd.
that
Are you serious? That's not a person,
Oh.
right? That's in the online community, right?
Oh, trust me, he's around.
who?
William
Oh,
definitely can see
I
him.
know. I know he's around.
Do you
but-
That's
listen
not a
for
person.
him, Todd? Do you listen for him?
Jeez, oh,
Always.
Pete, Todd.
Yeah, I hear you. I hear you. If you listen
How
for him, you'll hear him.
Does he
that was a
come on
bogus.
streams? How do you know it's a?
That's
It's not a
cheating,
matter
man.
of knowledge, Jill. It's a matter of discernment.
That was cheating.
I've never seen this person before.
Well, it's not a matter of
Oh,
exactly.
Oh,
I haven't
okay.
either.
No, see, he didn't capitalize the H and the S. That's why. See.
Oh, my bad, yeah.
Oh,
it was a-
now everyone's
I
gonna.
thought
know.
that was
forgive
just-
me.
You're
Forgive
doxing
me
them
for
with
that,
the
yeah.
initials there.
no,
Oh.
that's borderline
Big-
blasphemous.
Hold
there.
up now. Yeah, hold up now.
Yeah, be careful.
Lightning strike him. Yeah, right.
I think
Forgive
he's
him.
understanding.
He knows
I
not what
think
he does. Yeah. Knows
he's
not
hard
what he
to
does.
offend. He's hard to offend.
Oh, speaking of Speaking of lightning.
Yeah.
Speaking of lightning.
Yeah.
Oh
What
yeah.
is this? Oh, hold on. I gotta share it. Wait, what are you doing?
Kerpow.
Check this
Gender
Sorry.
out.
minorities
Breathing,
have something to
Evelyn.
teach the church about dying to self, about new life, about
Yeah. Good God.
That was unnecessary.
that is not a sign of God's judgment.
Fresh
Yes, it was.
diaper, aisle 3.
Oh, how do you know?
I once
Yes,
took a shit during a storm one time. Was
That
that
was
make it?
Robinson,
Holy shit,
by
right
the way.
there.
Brandon Robinson preaching pro
And
LGBTQ.
here's to you, Mr. Robertson.
And
Jesus
I
loves
God,
you
love
more
you
than
more
you
than you
know.
that is
We'll
not
grow out of it.
Whoa, whoa.
Go ahead, Joe.
God bless you, please.
that was
That
real
was
thunder, by the way.
Heaven holds a place
that
for
was
them.
That
Brandon.
reminds
Brandon.
that was
What?
nothing like. Wasn't there that those Black Lives Matter people they constructed some kind of wall or something, and then
Fell
And
over.
it
lightning
got
struck
struck
it?
by lightning. Yeah.
That was
Yeah,
awesome, dude.
dude.
That
Yeah,
that
that's
was like
fucking.
that was
Oh,
the
the
real
George
deal
Floyd
there.
moral. The George Floyd
Yeah,
moral.
yeah, or something. It was like just too much, man.
Oh,
This was like,
I made a thumbnail.
Shit.
I made a video and
The
took
mighty knee of God.
I mean, that was just great timing.
and that wasn't Thor, by the way. That was not Thor.
If it was, no,
Well,
let it be Thor, because then Thor is racist. Get this thing out of Valhalla. Get him out of here. He's the
Thor
wrong
is
color.
definitely white. He's definitely
He
from Norway.
wasn't a warrior.
He's Norwegian.
I forget how it goes for Norse in Valhalla. I forget if you have to be a
Yeah.
warrior or whatever it goes.
Anti-racism gets on my
Guy in
nerves.
battle.
The Marxists love it. They love anti-racism. They just love it. But anti-racism gets on my nerves. Just does.
Anti-racism.
Yeah, they're racialist. They believe that there's more than one human race, and they think that they make a big stink about it. Oh, it's cringe. It's terrible.
That's a weird one because scientifically, right, there is no races, so
Yeah,
there is no
we're all a
racism.
bunch
But I
of
hate
hybrids.
racism,
We're all a bunch of hybrids.
so I hate something that doesn't exist.
Unfortunately, people always like to tend to like pick on one or the other. I say if everybody just gets together in the brotherhood of humanity and just everybody just pick on the Chinese, it'd be fine.
Is that Satan seed or whatever they call it? Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Isn't that the way? Isn't that the natural way to go? You know, look who's on top. You know, there's more Chinese than anybody. It's like the rest of the world against them.
You want to know how the Chinese people aren't real? Because all our materials are made in China.
Everyone knows.
I don't know. It's a bad joke. Okay,
Everyone knows it's Russia. Russia's the problem. Everyone knows that.
God.
Sorry for coughing.
Don't get quiet now, because Irenic will think it's okay to play the guitar, and he's horrible.
That's rough.
Play jambalaya.
You're getting close to getting kicked out of here, Jill. Go ahead.
Yeah.
You're gonna play jambalaya now?
He sings better than Justin Bieber, though.
Shit.
Spooky says I'm nice.
It probably just sounded that way, St. Tommy, when I was laying on your mattress singing there.
I guess.
What? Whoa. See, Spooky says Jill is nicer than Irenic and Tommy combined.
Wait, Jill, you have a
What?
problem with another man sitting on another man's mattress?
Yes.
It wasn't
Why?
my mattress. I don't know what he's talking about. Oh, maybe it was.
No. Oh, guys.
What's wrong with sitting on another man's mattress?
What?
I've been on more than one of St. Tommy's mattresses.
What?
Please, confidentiality, Aaron.
Naked on his mattress.
What?
What'd you guys do? Like make a big sandwich or something?
You guys need to go to Jesus camp.
Wouldn't you like to know?
Jesus camp. Fuck this game.
Nah,
We need to put
me
you
and
in Jesus
me
camp.
and Ironic did evangelism on the streets of St. Petersburg. Yeah.
Which St. Petersburg? Because there's fucking too many.
Florida.
Oh, Florida. Okay. That's a good one, I bet.
Yeah.
Apple bottom jeans with the fur and the whole cover.
Yeah.
The only St. Petersburg I know is a piece of shit small town.
Florida.
No, in Illinois.
Next thing you know.
And freaking, I'm only saying that because one of my own ex-girlfriends lived there.
Oh, you're still heartbroken.
Yeah,
Oh,
I'm
poor
blaming
baby.
the whole town. The whole town's gonna get burned now, right?
Is that the one that you had that? Never mind.
Which one?
No,
He's
never mind.
happily
I'm sorry.
married
Never
now.
mind.
He's happily married,
Yes.
right, Tog?
With a bun in the oven.
Nobody's ever happily married.
Oh, another one's on the way.
What's it? Yeah, I think.
Oh, congratulations!
Right.
Boy or girl?
Congratulations. I don't know yet, actually.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Boy or girl or binary?
It is.
Dang.
I actually do
That's
not
harsh.
know.
It's still fluid in there, I guess.
Fluid.
Hey, Irenic.
Baby.
Irenic. Hey, Irenic. Can you do me a favor and please play that clip there in private chat? Just want to prove a point.
I'm gonna leave and see if Brojo comes in, and then I'm gonna come back.
Okay.
Don't tell him I'm setting them up.
Hey, wait. Stick around for this clip. Do you like it?
Yeah.
No, I'm gonna be listening
It's
from
only,
the outside.
okay. It's only like a minute long.
1 second.
It's
Still-
visual as well.
Still get in there. Is it married?
Yeah,
Right.
that's the one.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay, I'll enlarge it. And am I sharing it yet? It's sharing,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
Good morning, sir. I'm the census taker. Are you married or
Shit.
Oh man, it didn't finish. She writes down married. That sucks. It didn't finish.
Okay, I gotta do that again.
Good morning, sir. I'm the census taker. Are you married or happy?
Was that his wife that threw that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, his wife
No,
threw
it's his
that.
mother.
Oh, his mother.
Pretty good. That is pretty good.
No, he writes down married. He was married.
And that was his wife
Oh,
then. That
Yeah, that was his wife.
Hit fucking
Married
Three
or happy.
Stooges, man.
You can make the votes
That
at the same time.
motherfucker. That took me back. That shit never gets old.
Okay, I'm gonna practice this. Okay, Jill. All right, there's your chance, bro, Joe, if you're still listening. I mean, you know, he brought it up, right? So,
What you gonna play there? Jambalaya? You gonna play some Jambalaya Falls
no,
Boy?
I was gonna see if can you guess what this? Can you guess what this is?
Coldplay.
Somebody to love by Justin Bieber.
You brought it up earlier, Victor. It's that Robert Palmer song. Victim, we were talking about "Victim of Love."
Addicted to
Oh,
Love?
addicted.
My smelly kitty.
And
No one's home. Your mind is not your own. Guitar tabs.
Very nice.
can never hit that chord. Anyways, I don't know the song, but
Cool, man.
that's a good
That was
sound.
good. Better than Jill.
Jill, you can come back. I was just look, here he is.
Jill,
Okay,
bring your
sorry.
bass guitar. Every black guy's got a bass guitar. Everybody knows that. Boom,
I thought you were
boom,
gonna. I thought you said you were gonna take off, Jill. So
I
that's why
played
was
the
messing around
trombone.
with you.
Nice. I played the trumpet in 7th grade, dude.
See, the trumpet was cool. Trombone, that wasn't cool.
I don't know. It was all right. It was better than the fucking tuba.
Cool in high school, yeah.
Tuba was cooler than the trombone.
Were you like assigned the
Yeah.
trombone?
Yeah, because I had big lips.
Figures. You do all that shit talking.
He assigned all the black.
Did you just say niggers?
He ass-
Maybe.
Todd?
I said figures.
Hey,
Oh.
hey, hey! I'm part black.
No,
Watch it.
I thought you said, he's like big lips, and you're like
I said niggers. No, yeah, no, I said figures.
My band teacher was a Jew, so
all right.
Oh.
So it's small.
That figures too.
so he so he assigned all the blacks the trombone to the trumpet.
Hey,
Oh my goodness!
Was his name David
The
too?
whole trombone section was black. Did you notice that?
Oh man, I wanted to play.
They couldn't play for shit, but they sure had the lips for it.
I played a little bit of the alto saxophone. I wanted to play tenor, but I couldn't. I had the mouthpiece. I only had one mouthpiece, and it didn't fit the the tenor sax. So I
Did you
stole
ever
it.
hear a tape or something? Yeah.
He could play the tuba and the trombone at the same time. Good God.
The tuba and the trumpet. No, I think the tuba mouthpiece is bigger, much bigger. So you can't use the same mouthpiece. Those mouthpieces were
So
expensive.
St. Tommy, did you ever play a horn instrument in school?
No, I played the clarinet a little bit.
Oh, okay. When?
And the trombone is like it's like a slide. It's not.
Yeah, that's
Yes,
that's some
I
skill you
couldn't
gotta
stand
do.
it. I was like, why does everybody else have buttons and I'm just doing this stupid slide thing? I couldn't stand it.
I mean, I think a trombone can be a cool,
slide thing. I'm sorry.
It can make up a different kind of sound. That's kind of neat.
Stupid slide thing. I'm sorry until you broke with
I mean,
that one.
What?
Did you know in my school, right? I went to a mixed school.
No.
So the first day of school, the principal in the auditorium, the entire school was there. This is middle school, right? So it's 7th and 8th graders. And he said, everyone who wants to be in the band, go to the left side of the auditorium. Everybody who wants to be in the choir, go to the right side of the auditorium. Where do you think all the black females went?
To choir.
To the choir. Where did all the white male and females go? Where did they go?
Well,
some went to the choir, but most of them went to the band, right? And then you had the Asians and yeah.
And what would most of the black guys do?
What do you
I would think they would be over there with the women, the black women.
Nope.
No, they went with
stayed in their seat.
Oh, they just say, okay.
True story.
Well, that's where I would have stayed. I would have gone on the choir side because I like to sing anyway.
Yeah, true story.
But so you brothers don't sing in church? All the women are singing?
I used to be in the choir when I was a kid.
I don't know when I grew up. We went to church all the time growing up. We always sang. Like, it was so funny. There was a time we were visiting lots of churches because my dad was like, whatever, he'd go preach at different places, and there'd be times where we'd be we'd be the only ones singing. Just like, I mean, it was a lot of people because it was 6 of us, but in a little church or something. But it was awkward sometimes too, because
Who
I don't
left?
know. It's weird that Saint
Saint
Tom,
T left the room.
Oh, St. Tommy. That wasn't graceful,
Saint
St.
Tommy
Tommy,
has left the building.
to leave
Avoid
without saying
blaming thy
bye.
sibling for thy own aversion, lest one weep with empathy. Mama.
You
That's
weren't
Saint
showing
Tommy's
any. You
quote.
weren't showing us any grace, Tommy.
Exodus. Out of Babylon. Babylon bad, you know.
Oh,
Easy not easy, Babylon to roll. Easy not easy now, Babylon to roll.
I was gonna say, have you remember that song you played for me in that it wasn't live or anything, but that thing you were coming up, you put
This,
together
the
about
song I made up.
the coming out of the ground or whatever
Oh,
it
you want to hear
is.
it? Oh, yeah. I still haven't wrote it down yet. It's still in my head.
All right. Well, if you can remember it.
You want me to play that shit? Yeah.
Yeah. What do you think about this song?
Is the guitar coming through all right?
Yeah, I think so.
Let me see if I can remember it.
I'm gonna mute.
Saints' word could never be sold. God's word could never be told. Losing your grip is getting cold. How's it feel to be so damn bold? How's it feel to be so damn bold? Let me see right. I'll be underground. Don't tell me what you found. Nothing good could ever be heard. Shift the poles and flip the bird. Shift the poles and flip the bird. Way over here, my soul runs free. Over here, my soul runs free. Forever under cold kisses, I will be. Forever under cold kisses, I will be. Pass me by, world, pass me by. Please don't brag, drag, or cry. Under my lid, I did scribe. Oh, ain't it fun when you die? Ain't it fun when you die? Over here, my soul runs free. Way over here, my soul runs free. Forever in the cold kisses, I will be. Forever in the cold kisses, I will be. I remembered it. It's been like a week.
Yeah, you should make sure you get that down. Yeah, but
That was
all right?
pretty good.
I like
thank you.
it. I
Yeah,
really like
that
the
was nice.
melody,
Yeah.
the style.
Thanks. Thank you.
I'm gonna illegally download it now and put it in my Spotify playlist. That's how much I like it, right? It's actually pretty good.
I swear I cut that. I got a copy of that.
It really is good, PJ.
Oh, thanks, man.
Yeah.
It's called Forever Under Cold Kisses. It's an acronym for fuck. It's kind of everybody's
But it's
fucked.
beautiful. Yeah.
Thank you. Thanks.
Oh, you had to mention that.
Well, I mean, it's gonna be obvious right there, right? I don't know.
Well, I didn't have it's the first I thought of it, and I was I'm the one that brought it up.
I almost forgot about
Forever
that.
under cold kisses. No wonder you can remember that line. That's why you did that. So you
because I made that. I made the avatar before I ever came out with the song. I made the album cover. Let me see, I'll bring it up.
Yeah, I know you showed me that cover, but it was too small for me to see what was the writing.
Yeah,
I'll share it though if you want. But yeah, I like that style of music. It's like it reminds me of like the 30s or 40s or something.
Like folky, kind of like right now.
Right.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
kind of bluesy, not bluesy really, but I don't know if it's not
I think I could
bluesy.
jazz it up a little bit. 'Cause it's really like
Storytelling.
yeah, right, yeah, folk song, like a folk
No,
song.
but I
Yeah.
mean, dude, you can hear other songs just kind of like, I mean, so much like that, you know, and it's like, I don't know.
Yeah, a lot of folk songs are like that. That's kind of where I got it from. I was just playing along with a couple of them. Notice how the
How many
chords.
chords is that? That whole song.
1, 2, 3. No, it's only like 3 chords, dude. It's like C, G, D, E minor. That's it.
So 3
Yeah.
chords.
4 chords.
C. Oh, so 3 and then a minor. Is
Yeah,
that
E
the
minor.
D and a D
Yeah,
minor? All right. Yeah. That D and D minor, man, it's so good in some songs.
Oh, it drops. That's Johnny Cash stuff, right? Like hurt
Oh.
myself to die.
What was it? There was some song I was just playing. Let's see, I gotta think of what it is, but it. Oh, I know. Yeah, it's it's one of my favorite songs. Okay, so here, let me see. Nibbling on sponge cake, watching the sun bathe. All of us tourists covered with oil, strumming my 6-string on my front porch swing. Smell the shrimp there beginning to boil. There's a D to B minor. Wasting away again in Margaritaville. Searching for my lost shaker salt. Some people say there's a woman to blame, and it's nobody's fault. Don't know the reason. Stay here all season. Nothing to show but this brand new tattoo. But it's a real beauty, a Mexican cutie. How she got here, I haven't a clue. Wasting away again in Margaritaville. Searching for my lost shaker salt. Some people claim there's a woman to blame, but I think it may be my fault. Wasting away again in Margaritaville. Searching for my lost shaker salt. Some people claim there's a woman to blame, but I think it could be my fault. Blew out a flip-flop, stepped on a pop-top, cut my heel, had to cruise on back home. But there's booze in the blender, and soon it will render that frozen concoction that helps me hang on. Wasting away
Very good, very good, very good, very good.
I didn't realize it was so long as I played. It's like I didn't even look. I was like, is anybody going to be here when I get up?
Yeah, Jill took off.
You didn't even hand out any margaritas. What the fuck?
Right? Yeah.
I know, the
Man, I
closest
waited
got is-
all that time.
I want
Oh,
to be
well.
drunk too.
I love that song. I mean, I just love the. I mean, I know. I mean, it's like a certain frame of mind that I see and picture. It's just awesome.
Like
You
Hawaiian
know,
shirt.
ocean, beach. You know, nice little. You know, some kind of cottage or some shit.
John Stamos stalking you.
No, but you know, some nice trees and foliage around. That'd be cool too. But definitely,
Don't
just
forget
a
the
mild
broads, man. Don't
breezes.
forget the broads now. Come
No,
on.
but yeah,
I
Jesus Christ.
actually
fires
always
on the
imagine
beach. Go ahead.
just a bar, like some rinky dink
Oh.
mon par bar, and it's just like and two people, like a man drinking and then a girl drinking, and they're just like sharing a cocktail at the end of the bar. And he nods his head and she acknowledges, right? And it's the
Well,
start of
that makes
Margaritaville.
sense. That makes sense. No, that makes sense if you're talking about, was it Sheryl Crow and is it her with the car wash fucking song where they're in the car wash watching across they're at the bar across the street from the car wash watching it, and watching each match light one by one or whatever that song is. Okay, but this song Margaritaville blew out a flip flop, stepped on a pop top. He's out cruising around. This ain't a bar scene. He's on his front porch, strumming a six string on his front porch swing. You know what I mean? All the tourists covered with oil. This is looking at over all the people laying out, tanning themselves on the beach.
Are you saying there aren't oily people at the bar?
No, they are, but I mean, you can almost smell the suntan lotion,
Well,
coconut.
some people at the bar too.
Yeah, but no, yeah, I mean, yeah.
I kind of miss that bar scene a little bit. Not like the club scene, but definitely the bar scene.
Dude, I don't know. I never had it seemed like when the bar scenes and the clubs were popular when I was at that age or whatever, it was the 70s and 80s, disco and all that crap. It was either like
Those are the gayest times. Rainbow
it was so
socks.
I think so, but it was so crowded in these fucking places. It just was loud blaring music. People just I don't know, it was just crazy. You couldn't get a fucking table. You're sitting there, standing there with four other guys in a line or five,
Smells like ass.
with trying to get
that's
a
me.
beer, every half hour if you can or whatever. Fuck eating. There was no
I thought I was
fucking-
fresh. Not tonight, no. What would the ladies sing? I love your cologne.
Anyway, I mean,
I went to
don't know.
like
Reminds me of my dad.
I'm not a one night stand kind of guy, and isn't that what you go to the bar for if you're gonna pick up a chick to get laid?
Just
I would
to get
imagine so.
50-50 with
fuck.
disease wheel, yeah.
Fuck that. I mean,
Well, I
That's why you
like
gotta
to
go for the older
go.
ones. You got to go for the older
That's
broads
true.
because usually they don't have diseases and they have houses.
I like the whole bar. Okay, so I like the
House?
bar scene
No
because
house,
of playing pool, shooting
right
pool.
on, yeah.
So my mother-in-law, she's on a pool team. She's been in the pool team in her whole life. So I used to go when I first met my wife to the bars with her all the time because of the pool, and this is like before I turned 21 too. So it was always like the dig it scene. I got it. It's something I've always wanted to do too, and experience that. So I turned 21. It's kind of like I kind of went with her, because she's also a bartender too, right? So so it's kind of natural that to go there. So yeah, I used to go to her bar and
does she
get
do any
drinks
tricks
there.
on the side, or
Huh?
does she turn tricks on the side?
I don't know. What do you mean by tricks?
Well, a bartender, she's in a good position to be, have a little side business, let's say.
I have fucking no idea.
Oh, okay. All right, go ahead.
No, well, though she tries to, like, in the sense, like, making a side hustle. She, like, does shit like cigarettes and all that bullshit. So she does, like, these. I hate it because she's a kind fucking person, right? And, she'll generally go out for, like, these fucking piece of
Who are
shit
we talking about?
drunkards. My mother-in-law.
Oh, okay. Sorry. All right, go ahead.
Yeah. So, yeah, my mother-in-law, she'll,
How old is this woman? Like 45 or something?
fuck, no, she's probably older than you. She's like 68.
How could that? Your mother-in-law?
Yeah, she's 68.
How old is your wife?
She's only 30, 20, 31, 30, 30 now.
Wow, her mother was like 40 years old when she got pregnant almost?
Yeah, yeah,
All right. Okay.
yeah.
Sorry. I mean, all right. I
Yeah,
was
sorry,
picturing like,
bro.
yeah. I'm just saying, okay, your wife's probably 20, add 20, 40,
At
she's
the time,
probably in
it
her
was
40,
at the time I was
probably in her
21. Yeah,
40s, I'm thinking she might be hot, whatever still.
yeah, yeah, yeah. Well, I don't think she's hot, but she's definitely not that bad looking of an old lady, right? She looks like a grandma, so
Like,
she looks like
but
a nice grandma.
when she was 20 years old, was she a good-looking girl?
Oh, I wouldn't fucking know. I never seen her that
Never
young,
seen
right? Yeah.
pictures. Never seen pictures. Well,
I
you
guess
could
she kind of
imagine
looks like my wife, but yeah, I don't know. Like,
she probably was decent looking, right?
I guess, yeah, for the most part.
If you said she's an attractive older lady,
Yeah, yeah,
right? I
like,
mean, considering
yeah,
she's an older lady,
homely,
right?
like grandmotherly, like
Grandmotherly.
she's easy to, she looks easy to approach, like a grandma.
Yeah, she got
Yeah, she got that
all
grandma
right.
look.
A
Um,
smiley. Does she
yeah,
smile a
yeah,
lot?
yeah. She's the social butterfly. I suppose I say I hate because she's kind as a dove, but like again, the bar patron, she goes out of their way for them, buy them fucking cigarettes and shit, and then they're always like, "Oh, I'll pay you back, I'll pay you back," but then she puts herself in the hole for like $300 for cigarettes, buying for these fucking boozos, and they never fucking pay
Uh,
her back sometimes, and they always like do eventually though. Eventually, apparently they do, so that's the reason why she keeps doesn't it? I
well,
don't know if whether it's the whole thing or not.
obviously
Yeah.
it's worth it to her, or she wouldn't do it. You know what I mean?
Right.
But
Yeah. Yeah.
shit like that, you leave it to people's own business. But
Yeah.
I
But then
mean,
she
unless they're
gripes
getting,
and complains, right?
unless
She gripes and
unless
complains. It's like, well, just
unless
stop
they're
doing it.
unless she's coming into your pocket and
Yeah. Right. Yeah. Give me some cigarettes,
because you don't
money.
have cash, like, hey, how about you stop giving your money away to fucking losers?
Yeah. Well, it's not even money. It's just cigarettes and shit.
Well, it's costing her, right? So I'm saying
Right. Yeah.
it puts her in the hole, right? You're saying because they
Right.
don't pay
Yeah.
her.
Right. But that's like her side hustle, like you said. Like she does shit on the side. That's why I'm like, I guess like that. Yeah.
Look what I just pulled out of my ass. No, I'm just kidding. It's a Babe Ruth bar.
I'm still gonna pretend it came out of your ass though.
Oh, those a rib.
Don't let him fool you. A chick that's covered in chocolate. It's not actually Babe Ruth.
I think Babe Ruth bars are my favorite candy bar. Pretty sure.
Oh, those are the nuts, right? Right, yeah, the chocolate covered nuts. I figured
It's
you
like
like chocolate covered nuts.
Rolled in
like
nougat.
caramel, chocolate, and peanuts.
Don't forget the center. Isn't that like a nougat type center? It has like a
Yeah.
weird. Yeah, I always like the Snickers. I don't know why I was getting drawn back to that one.
I love
Classic,
Snickers
guess.
too, but I don't know. I always
Honestly,
like
I
that.
love it. Like I want to shove it in my asshole.
Mine's
What?
payday.
I mean, not up your asshole, dude.
Yeah.
Oh, payday! Oh,
Oh,
paydays!
paydays are good. They don't have.
I
Do they
like
still have the
paydays, but
chocolate
not my
covered
Especially
favorite.
up the asshole.
Because isn't a chocolate covered payday just a Baby Ruth?
Yeah.
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 Right?
It works up.
Well,
Yeah. Actually, yeah.
but the regular payday doesn't have chocolate.
Yeah. They're just
Yeah.
salty
It's just
and
the caramel and the
peanut.
peanuts.
Peanut. Yeah.
Salty nuts in your mouth,
Real
all up
salty
and down
peanuts
your
and that
throat.
caramel.
Don't say you don't like it.
Yeah. I'm gonna have to eat a Babe Ruth and a fucking payday. Like, which one do I like better?
Just mush them together, man. Fuck it.
Just wish
Do
them
they-
together. Yeah.
Do they have? I imagine they might have a chocolate covered
Candy bar
payday.
sandwich. Why stop?
Yes.
I never had one though.
I know. I'm just fucking around. I'd like to try one though one day. Snickers and a Mars bar.
One of my favorite things
Bars,
to eat.
bars. I don't think I've ever had one.
is a frozen
Do they make
banana
them anymore?
dipped in chocolate and then like thrown in crushed peanuts, when it's still wet, and then so you got this chocolate and peanuts and the frozen banana. This place used to sell these up, right in
Oh
US.
yeah, right.
You'd,
Yeah.
They
you'd
call it a
lick and
banana
suck on
treat,
that all
but
night. I mean, all day.
no,
I
you
like to
just
give
bite
them
it,
to the
and chew it.
natives.
It's like,
Like
No,
a
so
nod.
man,
good.
you're right here. Let me get my Polaroid.
You don't know how good that is.
There's
I need to learn how to make them myself.
They used to
Actually,
have those at the swap meet, Spring Valley swap meet, and go down there to the concession stand, and they used to have like soft serve ice cream, but you get the frozen dipped
right?
chocolate bananas with the peanuts on there. Yeah, they're really good.
Exactly.
Yeah,
It goes with the soft
a
serve
little
stuff
thick.
because it's like how you dip the cones in the stuff. You dip the frozen banana same way.
Oh, they would do
and
it for they have the bananas there on a stick, and then they would dip it and then roll it in peanuts and then give it to you. That's pretty good. It's a hard
right.
shell.
But
Yeah.
you could get a soft serve cone dipped in chocolate and nuts.
Oh
Same
yeah,
deal.
yeah, same
They
thing.
dip it in
Yeah.
the chocolate,
Mhm.
roll it in the nuts, and
Right.
like that.
Yeah.
Exactly. And they do that with a banana. So you know what I'm talking about.
Oh, exactly. I had that before. Yeah,
Oh,
I haven't seen them
I
around
really
at
like
all
it.
lately.
One of my favorite. I mean, it's almost good for you. It's a banana, some peanuts.
If you really want to burn calories, I would like next time eat a banana. Just hold the banana in one hand and the other hand on the back of your head.
I knew something was coming.
Call that one the hamster.
The hamster.
Hamster time.
Apple bobber.
Bondax, is that food behind your head on the shelf behind you?
Yeah, this is a spare bedroom, and we use it as a pantry kind of. So those are like soup and sauces and noodles. And
Where do you house the
crap.
slaves? Just curious.
Yeah, right. The basement, of course.
I keep them in the attic, like advertisement. It's like, don't they sound strong? Do we have chitlins in a little bit? You want to buy your chitlins? Your little chitlins right here. Little chitlins right here. Nice strong hairy chitlin.
So I wouldn't want to keep him in the attic because I'd be afraid they'd break through the roof and then get hurt jumping off of the roof, and then
Well,
can't
that's why I'm pretty sure, back in the day, and if not, I would really get myself like a Negro insurance. Especially the strong ones. You want to get some insurance on those guys, especially because you're going to be breeding them like studs. I think you're going to have papers on them, bloodlines.
Obviously, you have I'm pretty sure you do manual extractions, right? You don't want the beast to actually fornicate, do you?
Hell no, I don't want to leave that up to the kids.
Leave that up to the kids.
I'm thinking the insurance business goes back quite a long ways, doesn't it?
Insurance, yeah.
Where property owners would be insuring their property. Oh.
Yeah, I mean, you should, right? I mean, if you can, you should insure your stuff. Yep.
Yeah, you have to insure all those people you're gonna buy in case they don't make it across the ship, right?
Like, do big farming outfits? Don't they probably have insurance that would cover their livestock if like a thing should roll through and kill them all, or like some kind of bug or something? What happens? Like all of a sudden,
I would think so.
Like what just happened with some of the chickens, or wasn't there
because that's your product, right?
Wasn't there a chicken thing or something that anyway they had to kill a bunch of chickens just recently?
Now the government
that's what accounted for the egg shortage.
No, the government did it on purpose to scare the people. Don't you know? Jeez, man.
Oh, okay, whatever. Well, whatever this
a large. What it was is there's a big like one of the man found was Tyson or whatever it was Swanson, but one of their chicken coops caught on fire and burnt the fuck out of like a crap load of them, killing them.
Oh wow!
No, there was also it's like a whole wide world thing too. It's not just America. There was some shit going on in New Zealand that happened to their chickens. I think some of them got sick and they ended up having to kill a whole bunch, which caused an egg shortage. And then that's why people are going like, well, don't do this. Like the dangers of having your own chicken coop and eating your own eggs because of whatever fucking reasons. I don't fucking know. I'm not a farmer.
Mhm.
But they, that they, yeah.
Hey,
But that's
Halsey,
what
why
I
don't you
heard.
come on in?
Maybe that's just something with inbreeding with all your, if you're raising your own. Maybe it's just because, I don't know. I have no idea.
You would,
Did you know you
you
get like
would really
Mongoloids and
raise.
some weird looking people out of like inbreeding?
You would really raise the
I
level
don't know.
of
You get some
conversation
cute ones
if you come
every
in
now
here,
and then.
Halsey.
Like midgets with bubbling out foreheads?
Something like that. Like the passable.
I mean, see
Instead of
what I
that,
mean,
yeah.
Halsey? Midgets. Come on.
Mental midgets.
Yeah, mental midgets even.
I wish I was mental midget. I'd have a
Who's in the
disability.
private chat? Private chat. That was a funny video of it. Where'd you get that video with Mo? Victor.
Oh, it's a clip I found on YouTube a while back. I always enjoyed the Three Stooges when I was a kid.
Is that really him as one of the Three Stooges, or is that a different thing where it's just him in a similar role, but he's on his own?
You know, I'm not sure because they made several like movies, but if they had like even Three Stooges movies where they start off in their own characters and group up. They had several.
That I think that's what. Okay, I do
I
remember
love
that where, right, it kind of cameos them and then they meet or whatever. Okay.
I remember watching that shit in black and white.
Jill, you're lying. 202 and maybe he came back, didn't he? Never mind.
No, he didn't come back.
At 202 he said be right back, right? And he hasn't been back since then, right?
Yeah, he hasn't been back. He left. He's gone. He went to bed. He is on the what side? The East Coast. So he's an hour ahead.
That's where I'm at. I'm even on the west side of the East Coast. I mean the Eastern time.
That's right. You're
so
like Michigan, aren't you?
Mm-hmm.
That's what I hate about that. Indiana's like that too. You get the tip of Indiana, and then it switches over. It's such a long drive just to get to Michigan because of that extra hour. It's freaking insane. Like 8 hours just to get up to Michigan for where I'm at.
Where are you at again?
At least to Detroit, Chicago.
What state? Oh, no, it's not 8 hours, dude. Come on. Are you on the? I'm sorry. Are you on the west side of Chicago? Is that what you're saying?
Let me check and see.
If you're, because you can be over on the west side, like maybe almost around the bend, almost up towards Wisconsin.
I was working near the west side, so that's probably why it was so long. Let me check.
And it could be 8 hours. I mean, because you got to go all around Chicago, and then it's typically I want to say, like, just in my mind's eye, Chicago's 6 hours. Right down, shoot right down 94. And then a little jog, and boom, I mean, it's
my house
80 miles an hour all the way because it's nothing in your way really. But Victor's a lot closer than 8 hours, I bet. To Chicago.
It says 4 hours. And what the fuck did it take? Oh yeah, 8 hours because it's a 2-hour trip. My bad. Round trip. I meant it's 8 hours.
Oh, okay.
It's a round trip. 8
4
hours.
hours.
Yeah, 4 hours. Yeah,
I mean, but I don't know. I don't think you could make it from the west side, like that's like western suburbs of Chicago. You couldn't make it to where I'm at.
That's four. Yeah, that's like going to Springfield. To be honest, that's legit.
You're at least going to add 30 minutes, just to get you to the other side of town, right, and get out of Chicago from the west side. I think it's about 20-30 minutes. I mean, considering a lot of traffic. Well, I might be heading down. I'm planning a road trip down to Florida if this chick doesn't flip out on me.
There's another one, huh?
Got another one on the line.
Is he Asian too?
I didn't realize how far I went from
She is fucking Asian.
Oh, you are Reiki them Asians.
I do like Asian women. But I mean, yeah. I mean, I like a non-American woman, sort of.
What? I mean, American girl.
American
Tom-
girl.
Yep, Tom Petty rules.
Bum, 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 bum.
It was kind of
Bum,
cold.
ba-dum, ba-dum, bum. Bum, ba-dum, ba-dum, bum. Bum, ba-dum, ba-dum, bum. Yeah, she was kind of cold at night.
Well, that's the second verse. Part of the first one is what is well, she was an American girl raised
on the promises. Yeah.
Yeah, she couldn't help thinking something more to life. No, somewhere else. After all, it was a great big world with lots of places to run. And if she had the time, she would some little promise she was gonna keep. Right? Okay, yeah, I remember it now.
All right. Take it easy, baby.
Make
Make it last all night. She was an American girl.
Yeah.
That's where I was like, bump, 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 bump.
Then the second one was, it was kind of cold that night. Out on the, was it the 40 or highway? Some, I can't remember how it goes. Yeah,
I should pull it up.
waves crashing on the beach. I can't remember. I can't remember that. It's kind of like it blurs out.
And for one crazy moment there, whatever. That's a great song, dude. I mean, he was always one of my favorites.
You're looking it up on guitar tabs now, aren't you?
Mm-hmm.
Aren't you? I knew it. I wonder if I can find that. Let me see. It's a race. Do I even have guitar tabs? Where's it at?
I hope it's easy.
I don't have it open up.
Yeah, Tom Petty.
Almost.
21,000
Oh, you already found it.
favorites. D, E7, G, A7, E, M, and a B minor. Cool.
B minor.
I know all these chords. Yeah, D, E7.
I found it. Are you gonna start from like the intro part? It's all E7.
No, I would just like. I mean, I would.
I would beat you to it. Well, she was in
Let me see about the capo. Oh, no capo.
Promises she could. Oh, you go do it, man. You got a better voice for that one.
Well, you can. Well, she was.
You've got the baby rock and roll. Hold it, man.
Sorry. Oh yeah. All right. Take it easy, baby. Look at us all night. She was an American girl. Well, it was kind of cold at night. She stood alone on the balcony. Gotta scroll again. Sorry. Yeah, she could hear the cars roll by on 441 like waves crashing on the beach. And for one desperate moment there, he crept back into her memory. God, it's so painful. Something that's so close, still so far to reach. Oh yeah. All right, take it easy, baby. Take it easy, baby. Make it last all night. She was an American girl. That's it.
Right on.
So it's basically D, E7, G, and A. You know, and then
Cool. It'd be kind of hard for me to keep up with that one. That sounds kind of like, I don't know. Are you like Irish music?
I like all kinds of music. There's that one change though, where the B minor comes in, and then then it goes to G, A, D, and B minor. Oh yeah, all right, take it easy, baby. And then a lot of times I don't know if you ever do this, Victor, but you know how when you play. Let me see. Let me get back on where I can. I'm on that other page. So, you know how when you're on your that's a regular D. Like I don't know if you can see, but that's just a regular D. Now, if you take your pinky, you can get a B minor sound. Like if you just play.
Oh, a B minor. I see what you're saying. Yeah.
I mean, if you imagine it, because if you bar this chord, right, and all you got to do is stay off the top. All you got to do is stay off the top ones, but you can kind of cheat. Like for instance, okay, so it works really well, I think, on this song. Like I don't know if you listen to this. Let's see, I got to think of it. Now that's where I'm doing it. Okay, so this is a G. I'm calling that a D minor, but I'm going from the fourth string up to the third string up from the bottom.
Yeah.
So, and this is a song. Okay. Let's see. I started a joke. C, which started the D. Oh, well, crying. That's back to the G. Then you go that D again. Or I call it the D, but I mean, it's a D minor. So let me just play it, right? Okay. Let's see. Then you go to E minor, D, C, back to G. I do that again. So it transitions really well. It's like, because you're picking up that.
Yeah.
I mean, see, because you're still getting that like a true B minor, right? Is okay. So you're already at. You got to hit this one. See, whenever you do that, and then you got it. So, anyways, I like using it sometimes instead of trying to, turn over to a, change from a D to a full B minor. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That transition. If I can just with my pinky, get that instead of because that's a D, right?
Yeah.
Especially if you're picking it out, like in that.
Yeah, because the picking part's where it gets tricky.
Oh, and then I do like to use my capo on that. That's what I was really missing.
Capo. Are you a superhero?
I started a joke. Started the whole world crying. only seen that the joke was on me. I started to cry. I started to cry. We started the whole world laughing. If I'd only seen that the joke was on me. I looked at the sky, running my hand over my eyes, and I fell out of bed, hurting my head from things that I said, till I finally died. We started the whole world living. Oh, if I'd only seen that the joke was on me. I looked at the sky, running my hand over my eyes, and I fell out of bed, hurting my head from things that I said. Anyway, I like that version for
Cool. That sounds good.
Copy it, whatever. What do they call that when you cover? Yeah, cover. Like
Oh,
that.
cover, yeah.
I mean, it's not like I could sound like the Bee Gees, anyways.
Right? Yeah. I mean, well, no, that's good.
So,
Yeah, try. You're not trying
do
hard
this
enough.
song and make it nice. I mean, that's I like to do song. Like I usually try to, I like to stay with the basic song, especially like the Jimmy Buffett song, whatever that. You might as well stay with. I mean, it's hard not to just stay with it because it's just the kind of song and the beat. It's
Like
you're
more
gonna sing it
natural
like
to you?
Jimmy. Well, it's so natural to sing it like Jimmy Buffett sings it. It's like I don't know what I would do to. I don't like nothing comes to mind how to change that. You know what I mean? Like I just try to I just basically mimic him. In a way. I mean I don't. It's not a full version like he does it. So it's just my version of it. But
yeah, I do the same. Like Otis Redding songs, I'll just do like pieces of it.
I mean, I don't know, and I don't even know. Like you do like I haven't done this one. What's that? I haven't done it in a long time, but it's that. It's that Pink Floyd, or no? It's a Led Zeppelin. It's so easy, and it's just the A and the E.
Led Zeppelin.
It's leaves are falling all around. Time was on my way. Thanks to you, I'm much obliged. Such a pleasant stay. Anyways, I'm not doing it like I normally do it, but it just goes back from that A and E. Right?
Just 2/4.
Days of old when magic filled the air. All it is going back in the darkest depths of mortal. I met a girl so fair, but Gollum, evil one, up and slipped away with her. Yeah. Sometimes I go so tired. All I gotta do is run along. Hey, you know. Yeah. I mean, there's a few songs you run into that are so damn simple, but they're so like it just has to do with, I guess, the arrangement of them, and then like
Yeah,
the
the
vocals,
switching of
the
the
vocals.
chords. Like jambalaya. How come you've learned jambalaya? That's only 2 chords.
What is that?
You don't know jambalaya?
I probably do, but I don't know. What's the song going?
Well, goodbye, Joe. Me gotta go. Me oh my.
What are the 2 chords?
Me gotta go. Pull the bureau down the bayou.
I got it. You
My
don't have a capo
the
on.
sweetest one. Me oh my oh. Son of a gun. Have some fun down the bayou. It's G7 and C. Jump well, jambalaya, crawfish pie, filet gumbo. Cause tonight I'm gonna see my Cherokee Joe. We'll pick guitar, fill fruit jar, and be gay. Son of a gun, we'll have big fun on the bayou. Fitting know the place is pleasant. Kinfolk come to see if on by the dozen. Dress in style, go hog wild, me oh my oh. Look at us singing, we chased off Otago.
We lost Tog, I guess.
Yeah.
Man, that's beautiful.
Think a bar song.
That's a D to the A. Oh, that. So you got to go from an E to a B. I think is that a B when you go see this, that you bar the second, and then you do like your.
Yeah, that's a B. Yep.
That's a B, right?
Yeah.
I struggle on that one a little bit, but yeah. But it's kind of nice when you can. What do you want? Yeah, little rascal.
Action Jackson.
Somehow I left him out all night, like 2 nights ago, and it was rainy out. It was warm and stuff. He was fine. I know he wanted to be out, that little bugger, but I don't know what he was chasing all night. But my mom let him in early, and he was so fucking full of mud and everything. Dude. Yeah. I mean, he's within. I got a yard that he can't get out the yard, so. Oh, what do you want? You want something? You want to go outside? Oh, is that it? Can I be right back, Picker?
Yeah, man. Right on.
Oh.
There you go.
Oh my God. That sounds good. Love you too.
It's a puppy song.
I
You ever heard the puppy song?
don't know. What is it?
You never heard the puppy song? Oh man. You ever into kindergarten? Alright, ready? Here's kindergarten. Dreams are nothing more than wishes, and a wish is just a dream you wish to come true. Ooh, if I only could have a puppy, I call myself so very lucky just to have some company to share a bit of tea with me. I take my puppy everywhere, la 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 la. I wouldn't care, but we would stay away from crowds with signs that said no dogs allowed, oh, wee. I know he never bite me, oh, wee. I know he never bite me. If I only could have a friend who stick with me until the end and walk beside the sea and share a bit of moon with me. I take my friend most everywhere. Oh la 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 la. I wouldn't care, but we would stay away from crowds. With sign would said no friends allowed, like praises. Oh, we. How happy we'd be. Oh, we. So happy we'd be together, but dreams are nothing more than wishes, and a wish is just a dream we wish to come true. Ooh. Puppy song.
Dude, that had me in stitches, man.
I always
love
like that one. It's cute.
That is so. I want to learn that song. That I want to play that too. I want to play that. Like that's a perfect song to sing to a girl.
And it's easy, dude. It's just like 4 chords. It's just G, C, D7. I think that's it. It might be just be 3 chords. It's by Harry Nilsson, the one that
Oh,
yeah, they did the whole soundtrack for the Popeye movie and a whole shitload of good songs, man. I like his stuff.
Dude, he's done so much stuff. Yeah.
He does tons of good shit.
Well, he was doing shit before you were born, I think.
Oh, dude, yeah. He did an album with one of the Beatles. What's his name? John Lennon. Yeah. They have one song that's pretty good. They're kind of shitty, like the 60s style, drug induced type things, but they do have one.
Right.
It's like about a vampire. So I forgot how it goes. I gotta find that. It's been a long time. I heard that one. I don't know if I could do that one. It's like more of a piano type song. I can't even think of it. Just in the back of my head.
Yeah, Victor, you need to produce that song. You need to produce that song. That'd be cool.
That one I did. That one.
Yeah,
I know that's pretty cool. I'm gonna do it. Yeah, do a little YouTube video.
Get it all refine it all, and get nice recordings and everything, and have someone where you can put it together.
Yeah, I'm gonna do that. I just gotta work on a little bit. I actually recorded when I was playing it one day. I just sung it into there, see how it sounded. It wasn't too bad, but it needs to be tightened up here and there, and maybe I don't know, a little riff to it or something.
Well, I'm sure obviously you need to have good sound equipment to listen to. You gotta have to have good speakers. But even if what I heard coming through my headphones sounded really good tonight. So anybody tweaking that to make it better, it's just gonna. But I'm saying you should be able to get a lot better recording than what you did tonight.
Yeah. And my $30 microphone, and I did get
whatever, on the fly. Hey, Victor, can you do that song? Oh, okay, here.
All right.
I like one of my favorite artists is Jackson Brown, but I forget which one. He's got these 2 albums, Solo Acoustic 1 and 2. My 2 favorite of his, because I love solo. He does piano and guitar, but it's just solo. It's kind of cool. But there's this line how people will talk to the crowd in between, so you get some of this back and forth, a little bit. And so like this guy yells out, "Hey, you remember this whatever song it was, and he's like, and so like Jackson Brown, he's like, that's and he did these later in his years. Really, he's later in his years. He said, "Yeah, that's how it is these days. They don't ask you if you'll do it; they just ask you if you remember it." Like,
Yeah.
and it's kind of it was. Yeah, I mean, the time it was pretty funny. And then he's like, "Yeah, he says, "Hey, I remember that. I'll do that." And then he starts to play it. He's like, "Well, to tell you the truth, I don't know if I remember all this, but I'll try. I'll give it a try." And he goes and starts playing it.
Just probably comes just right back to him naturally after he starts, picking up on it.
One of those things, just,
Yeah.
Start playing it and
just get into it.
But yeah, he's my favorite songwriter.
Right on. I mean, I don't know. I go everywhere, I guess. It's kind of like whatever song grabs me. But I do like Harry Nilsson stuff. Because that's probably why I go with the folky style. He does that, traditional.
I like
folk music.
People who can tell a story.
Yeah, I always enjoy songs like that. Songs that had a little thing to them. You want to hear a little Irish song?
Yeah, you mentioned something about Irish song. Yeah.
Yeah, I always like this one. Another kindergarten stuff. Come day, oh go day, you wish in me heart it was Sunday. Drinking buttermilk all through the week, whiskey on a Sunday. He sits on a corner down at Old Baker's Bush on an old wooden crate. He has 3 puppets that can dance and sing, and he croons with a smile on his face. Come day, go day, wishing me heart it was Sunday. Drinking buttermilk all through the week, whiskey on a Sunday. His old tired hands tug away at the strings as his dancing dolls go up and down. A far better show than you'd ever see in the fanciest theater in town. Come day, go day, oh, wishing me heart it was Sunday. Drinking buttermilk all through the week, whiskey on a Sunday. Well, I'm sad to relate that old Davy died 1904. His 3 wooden dolls in the dustbin were laid, and their songs will be heard nevermore. Come day, go day, oh, wishing me heart it was Sunday. Drinking buttermilk all through the week, whiskey on a Sunday. Now you're ever that way on a stormy night, and the wind is coming up from the sea. You can still hear the songs of old sad Davy as he croons with his dancing dolls 3. Oh, come day, go day, wishing me heart it was Sunday. Drinking buttermilk all through the week, it's whiskey on a Sunday. I love kindergarten. Here's to you, Mrs. Hostetler. She played the awesome fucking albums, man. We were kids.
Oh, okay. So you had a teacher that did that?
Yeah, she always played like old folk songs and shit. And she had one album called "Isn't It Great to Be Crazy," and it just had all of these like wacky fucking like "What do you do with a drunken sailor?" and all those like catchy little tunes that kids love. I guess Yeah.
I was gonna say it. It sounds like you must have like heard that or that played time and time and time again, or I don't know. Is it one of those
Oh,
things you got
dude,
to
I
hear
was
a
like,
lot so to learn it like that? I mean,
well, I was like, I spent a lot of time alone as a kid, and I kind of memorized when I was singing songs to myself on the way to school. I have a Walkman and shit like that, so I listened to songs on the radio, and I was like in my head all the time, walking along, and it was a glad. And I was like kindergarten singing these songs to myself, dun, 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 that whole Rocky song I memorized when I was a kid. So I don't know, music was always like I always just grabbed onto it, I think. I'm not saying I'm good at it like that. I just loved music, so I just kind of like, I wish I would have put more time in when I was a kid well, I guess you can't, do what you do, but yeah, I'm enjoying it now, so learning
I
it, a
mean,
lot to learn, man. I'm trying to learn all these new chords and shit,
Mm-hmm. Let me see if I want to try something. I never tried this song. I don't know if it'll work or not. I'm gonna try a capo though. Let's see. Let's see. Let's see. So this is that song. I'm just gonna try to work on. Let's see. I don't know if that's even right though. Let me see. I'm gonna pause this auto scroll. So like, and when he sings it, it's like it was a. I gotta take this capo off. If I can see that right now. It was a ruby that she wore on a chain. Okay. So it starts with an F. So it was a ruby, and I think I'm out of tune again. I have to use off a little bit. Anyway, so like an F. So it was a ruby that she wore. And it goes to a D minor. On a chain around her neck. And that A sharp is like in the shape of a heart. Wait, I don't know. Is that even right? Yeah, okay. In the shape of a heart. Wait, that's not right. So in the shape of a heart. Yeah, I don't think they have it. You know how you ever go on a song and they don't really have the chords right?
Yeah, it sounds all weird. Yeah.
Because there's no C there. They wants me to go off that. Let me see. It was a that she wore on a chain around her neck in the shape of a heart. Okay, that's okay. They don't have it. It's like
The wrong spot.
the C is just an after. Like you kind of hit it after. Like okay, so I'm just trying to get the. It was a ruby that she wore on a chain around her neck in the shape of a heart. In the shape of a heart. It was a time I won't forget. for the sorrow and regret and the shape of a heart, and the shape of a heart. So, I guess. Let's see. I don't know. And then sometimes they don't like. I'm used to a song like when he does that solo acoustic. A lot of times it's not like the album cut or whatever.
Yeah. Yep.
But anyway, this song is so cool. I love it. Like, I'm gonna sing it for a second. But it's like, it was a ruby that she wore on a chain around her neck, in the shape of a heart, in the shape of a heart. It was a time I won't forget, for the sorrow and regret, and the shape of a heart, and the shape of a heart. People speak of love, don't know what they're thinking of. Oh wait, I got that. Let's see. Let's see. This is what out of place. I guess I never knew what she was talking about. I guess I never talking about. People speak of love, don't know what they're thinking of. Wait around for the one who fits just like a glove. Speak in terms of belief and belonging. Try to fit some name to their longing. Anyway, this is the part I like. There was a hole left in the wall from some ancient fight, about the size of a fist. Something thrown that had missed. There were other holes as well in the house where our nights fell. Far too many to repair in the time that we were there. Anyways, then he's like, people speak of love, don't know what they're thinking of. Wait around for the one who fits just like a glove. Speak in terms of belief and belonging. Try to fit some name to their longing. You keep it up. You try so hard to keep a life from coming apart, and never know what breaches and faults are concealed in the shape of a heart. It was the ruby that she wore on the stand beside the bed in the hour before dawn, when I knew she was gone. And I held it in my hand for a little while and dropped it into the wall, let it go, and heard it fall. You see that picture, like that's something I would do. That's like, you know what I'm saying? Like there's like, I'd be looking at that fucking hole,
That's like a
from
sad
the
song,
fist,
man.
and then
That's a sad song.
she's gone, and there's her fucking shit,
Mm-hmm.
and you can just drop it in the wall. You fuck,
Yeah.
Anyway, that's the kind of stories I like.
Yeah. I found I'm gonna try one for the first time too here. I found Mrs. Robinson. Who was doing that before? I think Todd was singing it.
Oh, cool.
I'll give it a shot. Let's see. How's it start?
About the cool. Mute myself.
All right, here it goes. And here's to
that's Simon Garfunkel, right?
Mrs. Robinson. Jesus loves you more than you will know. Whoa, God bless you, please, Mrs. Robinson. Heaven holds a place for those who pray. Whoa, hey. I got scooted up here, scroll. We'd like to know a little bit about you for our files. We'd like to help you learn to help yourself. Look around you, all you see are sympathetic eyes. Stroll around the grounds until you feel at home. And here's to you, Mrs. Robinson. Jesus loves you more than you will know. Whoa, God bless you, please, Mrs. Robinson. Heaven holds a place for those who pray. Hey, 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 hey. I got screwed up again. Hide it in a hiding place where no one ever goes. Put it in your pantry with your cupcakes. It's a little secret just for Robinson's affair. Most of all, you gotta hide it from the kids. Cuckoo, cuckoo, Mrs. Robinson. Jesus loves you more than you know. Whoa. God bless you, please, Mrs. Robinson. Heaven holds a place for those who pray. Hey, 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 hey. Dang, I scrolled it up. Sitting on a sofa on a Sunday afternoon, going to the candidates' debates. Laugh about it, shout about it when you gotta choose. Any way you look at it, you lose. Where have you gone, Joe DiMaggio? Nation turns its lonely eyes to you. Ooh, what's that you say, Mrs. Robinson? Joel and Joe's left and gone away. Hey, hey, hey. That's easy as shit, dude. It's only like 3-4 chords. I'm gonna save that one too.
The song ain't over yet, dude.
Isn't that it? That's where it ends on the thing here.
I think there's more to it, dude. But
it stops right there on the guitar tabs. I don't know. I gotta listen to it. Maybe it just ends with like another Mrs. Robinson thing or something. Like the first part. Does it end it like the first like verse sometimes?
I don't know.
This sounds kind of incomplete. It's fun though. That's fun to play. It's
Try.
Like
how many versions of it do they? I mean, how many tabs of that same song could you
I don't
check?
know. I just click on the one. I always click on the one that has like the most on there, like the most.
Well, yeah, but if you go to the left, if you're on your laptop,
yeah, you can click on there. Let me see here.
If you go on the left-hand side, you get every
different versions of
the
them,
tab,
right?
and you can
see.
click it.
Oh, they have a lot of versions, dude. They got version 2 is 9.
See if any of them have more verses. I was just curious.
Okay, right.
I might be wrong about that. But...
Nope, same thing.
Okay,
and on,
maybe yeah.
Probably ends with maybe like a little. It's just this one has an outro on it. Okay, so this outro just repeats the last chord like 4 times. And that's it. That fades away. The other one didn't have an outro on there.
That might be what I'm thinking of. This. Dude, you know, what's that stuff I took tonight? I finally took them.
Flex tape?
These Kratom, is it? Kratom?
Kratom, that's all like a drug.
Well, Kratom, that might be the brand name, but I don't know if it's these powder. It's these, you know, it's I don't know. It's
there's something that makes you relax. It's that kind of like
dude.
I
took 3. Yeah, it's this plant stuff. I finally tried them. You know, so because I worked all day and my back, you know, I was like sore. My muscles are all achy and everything. And my son says this was great for like shit like that. You know, so anyway, I took 3 of them. It took like an hour, you know, but man, that fucking hit me, dude. I was like fucking rocking. It was like, and even in my like my mood, like, you know, talking and stuff, it's like I sort of feel like, I don't know, a different
hyped
mood or something. Not exactly hyped up. I mean,
it's awake,
I don't know. I haven't seemed like extra hyped. I mean, I'm just kind of mellow, and it's more like a mellow and I don't know. It just has to do with the pain relieving. It kind of, it's like my mind is mellow too, I guess.
Yeah, ease of mind a little bit.
I mean, I have all my actions. I mean, I feel like normal that way, but I mean,
it's like the older you get, like I falling apart.
Like I could tell, like I didn't like. I was like with Jill earlier. I started to get into like arguing with them. I was like. And I just in the middle of my argument, I was like, I don't even feel like arguing like this. Like, so I was like, I don't know if you know, I kind of stopped and just like kind of changed it through at the same time or something. Yeah, I'm just gonna chill here. It's like-
It is kind of funny
it
hearing a
was
black
kind
guy
of
argue slavery, though.
it was. I mean, I enjoyed it when the five of us were in here for a minute there. It was kind of
Yeah.
fun, joking at Brojo and shit.
I like to lay my hand heavy sometimes.
Yeah, man. Woo.
Oh yeah, why?
I never hear you laying that on William or Richard or something.
Well, because I don't have anything to say about what they say. It's like,
Yeah, right. This is for fundies and stuff.
well, it's kind of like people are saying, where is somebody at a certain path to a certain enlightenment or back to the one, you know?
right.
And there's different concepts to it. And like I said a long time ago, Naughty Dreadlocks, man, it's like, you know, I never had like the only thing I ever did that was celestial was I would tip my hat to the moon or star or even the sun sometimes, depending on how I feel. But I would never like pray to it or ask of anything of it, you know. Of course, there'd be situations where I would hope that things would go well, but that's all I could really do, you know, is that really. And it just seemed to me quite, you know, like people talk about religion, this, religion, that. And when I say that I don't come from a religious mind, that's it. I just don't come from a religious mind. I have like total religious family around me. And I've been totally, if you want to look at like an exclusion from the family, just go back and see my Catholic mother and all the Catholicism there. And when I was a child, my cousins would go, you know, we were forced to go to Sunday school with them. And everything I was like that, you know. I saw it as a cartoon. When I first read the book, you know, of Noah and the Ark, it was in like fucking golden books form, you know. So when they were going to Sunday school, I was just like imagining it like a cartoon. So in my head, I was always questioning shit like, well, you know, they're like, well, you go to hell if this and this. I was like, why is that when, you know, your mom and dad lied to you all the fucking time? They got Doritos under their fucking mattresses, man. They're going to hell right now. Not my dad. And well, fuck you. I bet they got Oreos under their mattress. You know, like question like
Oreos. What
you know how like, you know, parents lie, they keep all the good shit in their room. You know,
Oh,
like,
okay, I
oh,
see what
all
you
we
mean.
got
Yeah.
wheat thins, you little fuckers, when they got like Doritos in their fucking room, you know? Parents always
I
lie. It's like,
wonder if
yeah.
did my parents keep boxes of Captain Crunch in
But
their
like
fucking bedroom? That's
like in my whole fucking family dynamic, if I were to be like my brothers did and go to church and be like bow down and, you know, accept as Jesus Christ figure or whatever they were preaching, then
right.
I would be right there with them. So I never just had that mindset that I could accept. Like it sounded too fairy tale-ish to me. And as I got older, there's more books and there's more things to it. You know, there's like ancient religions and there's, you know, who knows what civilizations could live before us. But yet there is still something there. So there's something intuitive. There's something that told me since I was, you know, before I can even speak, that told me, you know, that, you know, just pretty much, maybe it's just because of, you know, my childhood or anything like that, but it was just pretty much just watch and listen. Just, you know, pretty much just watch, observe, and and just try to get as much as you can out of it. And I have my own ideas and concepts of what it is. In a weird way, both Richard and both Will are lining up to what like I've always spouted out about, you know, the concept of, well, like Pythagoras, right? And one unmovable force that was the cause of everything, that everything emanates from,
The
that
unmoved
everything
the
is
unmoved mover.
right, that everything encompasses that is it. It's almost like
Right.
people look up to pray, but the weird thing is I always say you gotta look within, because it's really, you're not floating on top, you're floating on the inside. You just gotta look within, because that's what you have to aim for, because that's where it is. And when it goes into Jesus and all that, you know, why would someone send his own son down to warn us of this world? If it was a creator of this world, it would seem it would try to coincide with what the world offers us today, which is what it always offered back then, which the Jews knew, which was material. That's why they didn't have a concept of heaven and hell, because they want to keep people locked in this world. Because in a weird way, if you don't know how to exit this world, then you're going to repeat it over and over again. If you're going to be trapped in this world, and who's going to puppet master, and who keeps people under control, and who enjoys the benefits of material world of wealth, and stepping on other people's heads other than the wealthy and the rich. And it just seems to me like it's going to be like that forever until you find a way out of it, or you become like one of them and pure evil and smash people's heads too and laugh about it. You know, you're going to suffer for the rest of your freaking endless soul.
I see the issue of the Old Testament and the Jewish kind of, you know, like I'm not talking about these writings where, you know, the rabbis, you know, I'm not talking about the commentaries and all that stuff. I'm just talking about I think it's well admitted that the Old Testament says very little about an afterlife.
Right,
and
exactly. That's what I'm saying. So it traps you in this world. It keeps you in this world.
All they really like, death was like the end, you know, it's like that was it. It's like there wasn't. So
well,
go ahead.
I was to say, like, look at okay. What was Jesus' message here for people to do?
My belief is he was just pointing people to the Father.
Right. Okay, but what were his examples of how to live while you're living? The living Jesus. What was Jesus by his example?
I mean, it was I guess a cool cat. He went about doing good, you know, and
he wasn't a material guy, was he?
No, he was.
And then if you look at somebody like let's look at somebody like the Buddha. Was he a material guy? No. Did he offer the same things as what Jesus said? Yes. And then you look at other religions too, even going to like, I mean, all over the fucking place, you'll find this, you know, message, this one message of not accepting everything, but also letting go of everything at the same time. Walking the narrow path, not, you know,
right. Just, I mean, it's like using things and not owning them, and things not owning you,
but also taking advantage and benefit of what the earth does have to offer. You know, I've given you all, you know,
part of that,
fruit and seed bearing plant on earth for you to use, you know, and for you to use at your benefit, but don't use it other people's, you know, detriment. Don't use it at other people's, you know,
don't hoard it.
Pain. Exactly. Ill-gotten gains are ill-gotten gains. That's one message that I see in all different aspects of what's going to send a message down to this world. That's going to try to tell people how to get out of this place. And
okay,
I don't know.
See, I see. Okay, so if you grant that human beings are in some way, shape, or form like the image of God language, like we're like little gods, like we're like little images of him.
Well, here's the thing about that too.
Hold on, but that if it's true that we're made in being part, like let's say if we assume that being made in the image of God means that we naturally have these sort of ideas about what we're talking about, why wouldn't that account for every human being if they ponder it to come to these similar thoughts, like you're saying, Buddha, or some of the Vishnus will talk about that stuff, and all the
Christ-like figures.
You know, these are notable
or
figures.
An Eastern guy would call a Buddha-like figure.
These are people that I recognize because they're of that quality.
Because let's ponder the question of what is God and how we are made in the image of God, not being created as gods. Because what brought us one step closer to a God is the ability to see and sense the future and acknowledge that we are going to die, right? But what do we do not have? We do not have immortality. Why? Why are we made from an inferior product called dirt, clay, earth? Why are we stuck on this planet where we're succumbed and we come from, and we have to share a symbiotic life with this planet? You know, the oxygen we breathe in is what the trees breathe out.
Life being a testing ground makes sense to me.
And then again, if you look at it, right? If you look at what is immortality, would immortality even encompass a physical body? Would it encompass dirt? Would it encompass an inferior product?
Well, that's where you, if as I read the New Testament, First
So
Corinthians 15
mhm.
talks about the resurrection difference. What happens? There's a change, and I think that
Right.
you're talking about the dirt thing. That I think that's
Mhm.
because he says that
You let go
corruptible
of
will put on
of
incorruption. The
right.
mortal will the
And
mortal is like the dust. The dust will put
right,
on
and
immortality.
if you're made from material objects, and if you're not, if you could assume by all imagines means possible, in order to live forever, you're going to have to let go of something that's going to rot. Then you're not going
Well,
to have a
that's
physical form. So in
or
weird
it
ways,
won't be this physical. It won't be this kind of thing that rots
well,
anyway.
it might be whatever you could represent yourself in a shape or form. You know how like some people who act
But
ugly just look
exactly,
ugly, no matter how pretty other people think they are.
but the
Usually
important
because they're
thing
with
is
other ugly people.
the important
That
thing is you have to shed yourself of that which will disappear or rot or whatever.
right.
I mean, you have
So
to,
why
right?
hold on to this material world, and
Right.
why gives you might have to give credence to the creator of this world for giving you who you are, making maybe you wouldn't even be here, but or maybe in other religions and other ways of looking at it is why would why would the true one being send part of himself, call it his son or himself, wherever you
Mhm.
want to see it, down to tell people how to get out of this place, how to escape this place, how to live,
Well,
and how to really, I mean, whether you be judged or
I don't
not,
know if anybody's message is, "Hey, you got to escape," but I don't know.
listen to the lyrics, man. You gotta get out of this place.
But
If it's the last thing
well,
we
yeah,
ever do,
well,
it's a
yeah,
better life for me and you.
that is a good tune.
Mm. I don't know.
It's not one.
I see
I
people
never
looking for
remember.
heaven, but yet they still say, "Oh, I'm gonna get titties and booty in heaven." All right, well, you're still gonna remain, in a world where you
Yeah,
have
like
to have
you're really
booty
on
and
this
titties.
plane. You're really stuck in this plane if you're talking that way. It's like you don't even
Yeah,
understand maybe what heaven is if you're thinking it's going to be like that.
right. You
Maybe
just putting yourself in. If you're looking for material in heaven, you're gonna end up in material
heaven
world. If you
isn't
need
Earth
materials, then
2.0.
you're gonna look for pain and suffering, because you can't have materials without it. You can't have a flower without a fucking bee sting.
Yeah, I mean that what they're talking about is just Earth 2.0, or it's
Well, I
like
don't know.
do
That's where the
over.
imagination comes in, right? It's like, what is it? What is it really? Is it
Well,
a
I mean,
step up? Maybe it's a whole different dimension of living. Maybe it's where, certain
I
things
was just
aren't
following
needed.
your original tack
I
there.
don't know. It's all imagination after death. It's all,
Hell
I
yeah.
don't know. It's
I
just,
mean, that is true, huh?
yeah. So I don't know what the fuck it is. Who does, right? Could be nothing at all. The atheists
As
win. It's
far
going
as
to be
we know,
blackout, lights out. Yeah,
I mean, let's not consider Jesus, but as far as we know, nobody's ever come back to tell us about
exactly. Yeah.
it.
Yep.
And there that and all we know of that body they was in is that thing is cold and stiff, and there ain't no life in there no more.
Yeah.
I don't know
The
where
only,
he went, but he ain't
oh,
there no more.
yeah.
you know. It's like,
Yep. The only thing that weird, I guess the only thing that's kind of weird is maybe it's just retaining, how that old thing they say elephants, or I guess certain animals will just automatically encode their children with not certain memories, but ways of doing things by memory.
yeah, it happens
Hmm.
genetically, or
Yeah. And then you have those
passes
kids that are
on
born
somehow.
and they have memories of past lives, and then it disappears after they reach like 3 to 4. After they
Well,
first
I
start
don't
to
know
talk,
about the
yeah.
past lives thing. I was talking about more like what like I think it was maybe certain birds in this case, but
Mm,
they pass along. Like for instance, what they did is they had two sets of birds that are same birds, and then they separate them,
mhm,
and then the one group they give all these little introduce into their environment shit that they can build stuff with. All right, so they have little, and
yeah.
they learn to use the tools, and you know what I mean, and
Mhm,
they do all the building stuff, and after a
mhm,
couple generation, and then the other group they don't give that shit to, they just all right, whatever,
mhm.
and then
So it's like encoded in the next generation, or so, like certain amount of generations, it's like almost encoded in their processes.
yeah, and somehow it was like I forget how they distinguish it, but yeah, the young of the ones that were
Mhm,
building, uh, yeah, I don't know, just
mhm.
Yeah, they could build. They knew right away what to do with stuff. They
Yeah.
they didn't have to learn
Mhm,
like the first like when they introduced the tools,
mhm.
it was a learning process. Like in real time. Yeah, they didn't know what to do with this shit. I mean, they figured it out. So, you know what I mean? It was like,
Yeah,
right?
and then after
And then
generations, it kind of like embedded in their system.
everybody learned it, and then
Mhm.
then everybody's dying, and then the cycle's going, and it gets
Would you
passed on. Everybody
imagine,
learns. It's
like, can
funny
you
though.
imagine, like, in a way, like, let's say they use these tools, right? After generation, and they have to hold these tools in a certain position, a certain way. Do you think that it would alter their beaks and their structures of themselves in order to accommodate these tools even better if they use them more so than they would naturally hunting?
I don't know if I buy the whole. I
Evolution.
mean, no, I mean, I, I, I totally accept that there's change. To
Mhm.
me, I don't, you know, I can't see where
Well, why
if
don't uh-huh.
if it's not directed
Yeah.
change, like
Mhm.
if in other words, if it's undirected change, I can't see that as
Let me
being
mess
anything but fucking things up.
let me trip with your mind a little bit, right? You believe in the Bible, right?
Uh-huh. Yeah.
So do you think that everybody came from Noah and his kin?
Yeah, I go with that. Yeah.
Okay, so wouldn't it be safe to say that in Africa they have dark-skinned, taller, lankier, more leaner muscle people with kinkier hair to accommodate the sun to soak it in, and up north they have white, medium size because they're shaded and they clothe themselves, and then up in the Himalayas and you have the Asians in the high mountain area, you have shorter people, squintier eyes because of high winds and gravity. And then you know over in other cultures, right? You have different shapes and variations of humans. Now, wouldn't it make sense that they would have to change their shapes in ways that accommodate the environment around them if they all came from Noah? And wouldn't that insinuate evolution?
Well, it's I don't know if you're calling that evolution, that to me that's just your being affected by your environment in ways
Right. Is
that
that what evolution is?
I don't think they would say that's what evolution is.
Well, I mean, like you said, like the bird using tools. So imagine, like back in the day, there's like, I wouldn't say like it's hard to say, we're cousins of the chimpanzee or the bonobo or this and that. It could be a whole different offset of primate because nature has things take their shape and form, and also nature will put in a creature to take care of what it needs, an overabundance or a certain way. I mean, nature fits its form. There's always a torpedo shape in the water. There's always a monkey in a tree. There's always a shrew in the ground. There's always something. It's always just seems you have to have it
I
in
don't
order
know,
to
but
fit like a puzzle.
but what about all the species that have died out
Yeah, and who knows
over
how many times this has happened before?
oh, well, maybe. So,
It's a
do you
weird
think new
part.
species arrive? I mean, or somehow
Well,
um
that's the weird
things are
thing, right?
I mean, if evolution is true, it should still be true. I mean, things should be
Well,
evolving.
yeah, but how? Okay, but how in the heck is something going
I
to
guess
take?
it's
Like, let's say it takes 5 million
too
years to
small of
evolve.
increments.
Like, let's exactly. We're at like one frame of a fucking 5 hour long fucking movie, and all we're gonna see is maybe a glimpse of the next fucking frame.
Yeah,
You
we get
know
the edges of one and the edges
exactly.
of the next, and that's
How are we
it.
going to look in
Right.
3 million years from
Well,
now if
yeah.
we survive?
Well, it has to be an accumulation over time of people saving the
Mhm.
evidence, and then
But also, like people say, well, there's always been chimpanzees. Well, maybe there's always been that niche to fill, and they just filled it to the point where they're comfortable with it, and they don't want to go. There's no reason to go any further with that. Where we have plastics to make, and we have environments to ruin, and we have destruction and ruin that we have to lay down.
okay. Well, I don't. I have a serious problem
Mhm.
understanding apart from a special creation event how we
Yeah,
come up with all the life forms that we do
yeah.
on a where there
Well,
was I mean, what a
mhm.
biogenesis model do you have that would possibly account for all
Yeah.
that shit?
Well, see, one problem I hear about
Insects,
Christians. Well, this is the thing. See, a lot of problems.
bacteria,
Okay, yeah. What I'm going to talk about right now in a weird way. I'm not,
elephants.
by no means any kind of fucking expert or anything, but when I hear Christians talk, they're like, okay, some came out of the water and it was this, this thing, and now it's a lizard, and now everything came from that lizard. Well, that doesn't make any sense to me, god dang it. Well, the thing is, if things were
That's like
variants,
Rob Bro.
I don't
Go
know,
ahead.
or there's like
He's a Christian evolutionist.
if there's a variant of a type of lizard that came on the land, wouldn't it make sense that if there was some kind of primordial ooze that sparked some type of life, some type of pulse, that it would divide into different needs at that time, continuously divided from that point, not just from the point of a fish or point from a lizard, but multiple different points that were failing and winning, at multiple times to see what would grab on at different places. So you can look at a spider comes from a crustacean, like a crab, right? A pill bug comes from the same fucking thing from the ocean, where it would make sense that.
Are you talking about because these things share a certain shape or something? They're related, or I mean, is spiders actually related to like crabs or something?
Arachnids are related to, I think, crustaceans like crabs, where I think the six-legged variety are related to more of a different type of
so there's an 8-legged crab that's actually related to the arachnids, like the spiders things.
I believe so. Yeah, and then the insects come from the shrimp or some other type of like form of creature that has 6 legs in the ocean.
Because it is interesting. Maybe is it most insects? I don't know.
I don't know. I mean,
do most insects like? I'm just saying,
direct matches
mosquitoes.
On some of insects.
Mosquitoes start in water. In other words, you know what I mean?
Water.
Like
they're like little fucking. They almost look like shrimp.
Insects. Yeah. Probably not all insects are in the water, though. Are they like that?
There's some lay in the dirt ground. Like,
are bees a different kind of insect than? I mean, are they a separate?
Oh,
I mean,
got me on that one. I would say they're. Let me see, 6 legs on them, right? I'm like, yeah. Because a wasp is a flying ant. They lost. They're related. Ants and wasps are the same type of creature.
But a honeybee is
kind of
different.
follow the same type of, like, I guess, form that they do, flying model.
But aren't bees got that unusual ability to communicate, like with sign language and shit?
They all communicate. I don't know. All creatures communicate with each other. How do wasps form nests if they don't communicate with each other?
Well,
how they go?
But no, I'm not saying they don't all. I know they all communicate, but I'm saying bees seem to have a special form of communication
that's swaying.
That's not has to do not with touch, not smelling or anything like that.
Yeah, it seems like some are.
It's like a sign language or a dance. It's like a certain kind of dance that means something, and then everybody knows where to go. Then.
Yeah, it's like meerkats. They have a certain chirp for a predator in the sky versus a predator in the ground, and even what direction that predator might be coming from, and also a chirp to tell the pups to get back in and the pups what to do. It's like they have these little sounds they make that tell each other warning signs.
So they know by the reaction from the certain sounds. They can determine that they actually are giving them directional signals, like
that's been like a National Geographic.
Holy
dude. You watch David Attenborough shit? Yeah,
that is awesome.
And the meerkat. They did tests with this too. They even they even did the whole generation thing where they kept the whole 3 generations, 4 generations totally isolated, fed everything they wanted, and kept cozy and clean. And then the next generation afterwards, they will fly like a fake eagle or hawk over, and they'll let the chirp out, and then they'll let one on the ground at a different, decibel a chirp.
Okay, from
even to protect
a mongoose will give a different signal.
Exactly, same thing. Dogs,
yeah. Okay, right.
Yeah, they all have their sounds. I mean, look at a
snake,
wolf pack. They work together.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. Snakes are kind of primitive.
No, I'm saying
the head off a snake.
I'm saying if a big snake was approaching towards, they would give the ground signal like, "Hey, warning, something's approaching on the ground." Maybe if it was seen. Mm-hmm. Although snakes are hard to see.
Yeah, they are. I hate snakes. You gotta kill all the snakes.
I don't
and all the bears. Too. Don't forget to kill all the bears.
Isn't it weird? Most people do not like. I mean, I don't know. Maybe it's not true, but. It seems like most people don't like snakes, or at least they're kind of
They say, "Oh, you kill all the snakes, the rats are going to come, and the mice are going to take all." Oh fuck! Just throw fucking rat poison down the fucking holes, man.
I
Shoot all
just
the
wonder
rats too.
if there was no Genesis 1 story,
Like,
would people be afraid of snakes as they are?
well, okay, like in New York, right? You know, people, there's like big rat population in New York City that's like
Oh,
all over, right?
I've heard.
And you know, there's a lot of homeless people in New York City. Give the fucker some pellet guns, and every time they bring a fucking rat in, they get like a fucking $5 bill. You know what I mean? They'll be out of rats
Exactly.
in
Give them
no time.
$10 for a rat.
$5-10. They'll do it for $2, man. They're out there fucking sucking cock for crack. They don't give a shit. You get rid of the rat problem, and the homeless people will be able to probably, hopefully, just drug themselves to death, and you get rid of half of their problem, and the other half they're going to do something with their lives. Maybe will shape up.
How long
think about how the
before
percentages work out.
How long before the complaints about people getting shot with pellets
They're
overcome the
pellets. They're
concern for
pellet
rats?
guns. No, they're
No, I know
pellets.
these fools will be shooting other people up with.
They're getting paid $5 a rat. They rather make $5 a
Hey,
rat.
Johnny's a rat. He's rat. He ratted on me. I shot his ass. He's a rat.
There'll be a law. No, there'll be a law. If you see a homeless man with a pellet gun and his in his hand and he's not in the sewer, then it's free to kill him anywhere. His weapon must be in its holster, locked down, and his rats must be in hand. And the only way his weapon will be active is in the sewer. And if you get shot by a bum in the sewer, then it's your own fucking fault for being in the sewer with the bum anyway. You asked for it.
No, I like the idea though. Put a bounty on those freaking rats. Hey, I would say just put a bounty on the rats and don't even supply anything. Why mess with giving them any? Just let them kill the rats. Use their own know-how.
Because at night you get to watch all the Target and Kmart or 7-Eleven footage of all the homeless people shooting each other. And it'll be like more comedy.
Well, I know. I'm just saying, I don't want to introduce weaponry into it. Like,
oh, it'd be fun, man. It'd be like low level, just enough to kill a rat.
Oh, yeah. It's like it will just barely break the skin if it hits you.
Yeah,
but you know, it will kill a rat.
Yeah, you might take an eye out here and there, but hey, you know, yeah, gotta break a few eggs. You know, just the way it goes.
Did you say you got to break a few eggs?
Yep.
Got to break a few eggs to make an omelet.
Yep. Sometimes you gotta set a flood. Sometimes you gotta set in the bums.
but Daddy, do we really have to eat an omelet?
That's right. Eggs are good for you. Protein, boy. Get to work on the farm. I gotta go to the doctor's tomorrow. Sucks balls.
Is that for a requirement from the state or some shit? Or you gotta?
No, it's just a regular checkup thing. They want to go to my blood work to make sure I still have the diabetes the way the diabetes had me.
Well, I never felt better. Really, I mean, I really liked when I was when I worked with when I was with the city of Phoenix. I did like the fact that it was really good insurance I had. So, and for those few years, I had a nice doctor and I went to regular visits, and this guy was really cool. And basically, he just drew your blood, checked all that shit, and made whatever. That's like, this indicates this, or you're good. Everything was really good. It's just a little bit of my cholesterol. So that's the only thing he wanted me on, was some kind of whatever, Lipitor or some Crestor or some shit.
Oh yeah, that's freaking low blood pressure and
or cholesterol, high cholesterol or whatever. And but the first one, I think they gave me, first thing he put me on was Lipitor, and then I went back like 2 weeks later because it can affect your kidneys, right, or something. And yeah, my numbers were way up on my kidney. He's like, yeah, stop taking that stuff. And then he put me on Crestor, and then that one worked, I guess, as far as like the numbers. But I haven't been, I don't know, I gave up ever since I left Phoenix. I haven't been doing shit.
I'm not good at taking my medication myself.
I mean, I don't eat what I should. I don't do anything like I should. I mean, I don't know. I like to do good if I can. I just, it takes time and shit. That fuck, I don't know. I just
Oh, it depends on what you're eating. I mean, like, if you're
well,
overdoing
you
it.
have to make it a priority. That's all I'm saying. I mean, it's it takes work to make things priorities. There's more work than not making any priorities. Let's say.
So why God make sugar so good if it's so bad for you? That's not right.
I mean, really, seriously, huh?
Huh?
Well, we did kind of. It's produced, right? Right. We wring the sugar out of shit. Maybe we should just leave the stuff in it or whatever.
Like more natural?
Like eat fruit eat fruit and stuff or whatever. Yeah.
Yeah, but then, well, I don't know. You can't really go backwards from that, can you? Or right now.
I don't know. There's a lot of stuff you can eat that's sweet. That like probably the biggest things are chocolate, right? Those kind of. I don't. Probably human beings shouldn't be eating chocolate.
Well, I
Something about
mean, you have to get the cocoa bean, you have to refine it and add sugars and all kind of stuff to it, don't you?
I think so. I mean, I'm just looking at chocolate for a second, but that chocolatey paste. I mean, it's a chunk of that. It's like
Like
what
chocolate
what
itself, the
what
cocoa
does
bean
that
is
do
really
to you?
bitter. It's really bitter. I think like there's a lot
Well,
of
the
like
cocoa bean is good for you. Probably that's good for you. Like
I
boil
would
a little of that,
imagine. Yeah.
whatever.
We add all the
But
flavoring to it to make it, give that sweetness to it.
but I'm just talking about the chocolate product. I mean, whatever they add, all the milk and I don't know, sugar
Sweeteners.
and
I
sweeteners.
think
I
like
don't whatever
natural
else they
sugars
add.
that are sweet, well, I think it would be more like along fruits, right? Like apples and
Yeah, well, that's what I'm
strawberries, things like
saying.
that. Mangoes.
But I mean, what's the difference between that and sugar cane? Is that just a vegetable that's sweet?
Easy. There's one word, and I can give you that one word. And
Oh,
that word, my friend, is fiber. Why? Because fiber
oh.
will help you break down natural sugars in your body rather than a straight sugar with no fiber. Your body will mishandle it and send it to all over the place because there's no to do with it.
So is that like saying when you eat a chunk of apple, like that's a lot of
It's
fiber that
fiber.
go
Mm-hmm.
right?
And it helps your
Mm.
body process the natural sugars. Those are also different too. These are natural sugars that are produced by the fruit that the fibers help,
Right. The fructose,
digest.
right?
They help break it down. The fibers actually in the fruit help break down the sugars in the fruit. Where if you have a piece of
Oh,
candy, you're having straight sugar,
you
no
don't have
fiber.
any and nothing to help you break it down. Okay.
You have an overload of sugars and no proper fibers because there's certain sugars that need the proper fibers to break them down in certain fruits.
Right, matching
Yeah.
sort of fibers,
Yeah,
right?
exactly. So when you start manipulating that, like you said, extracting the sweetness out of one, but taking the fibers out of it, well, now you're, that's why the juicing was really every caught on. Oh, I love juicing, but you're knocking all the fibers out of that fruit you're juicing. So all you're getting really is just sugar water. That's why the juicing never really works too well. You got to have that fiber. You got to have that material.
I like at least medium pulp in my orange juice. How about that?
Like let me see. I mean, I got stuff to back this all up. Let me open my Kindle up here. People like to have citations, but I'm not gonna put citations. But there are like five. Well, the books that other than just basic, school learned and common sense stuff, it's books. I got a lot of information about diet and all that jazz because being diabetic and finding out late in life and you're already fucked over by it. I read diabetes diet, some comprehensive thing, and then the diabetes miracle diet, and there's another one here on basic nutrition and health, stuff like that. So there's a lot of stuff that I kind of know a little bit about, but I don't
you should
memorize shit.
know, but you should be aware
Should know
of that
that
stuff
stuff, yeah.
because of your diabetes, I would imagine.
Well, yeah. But this is stuff that they taught kids in school. I think most of the stuff I got was from school. The new people that go down there say you got to eat this and your fruits and vegetables, and the whole table thing that was dismantled, the pyramid thing.
I was gonna say, didn't that just come out of like because I hear people ripping on the food chain thing or
it's
something.
elementary.
Like government's been lying to us forever.
Well,
whatever.
Not really. Not really. Not at all. Because
but isn't
the diet,
that the meme right now? I mean, isn't
the thing is, like, I'm more like my myself, I go by like the way people like the way they grew up, like cultures and different people, different races and cultures. So when you're the whole like breakfast, lunch, and dinner and snacks and all that, well, you're working hard out there all day long. You're chopping down fucking trees. You know what I mean? You're it's the white man's diet. A hard working, because the white man is naturally a worker. Well, it's got all fucked up nowadays, but go back, just a couple generations, you'll find the white man is a doer. He's a dozer. He builds buildings, he builds castles, he builds houses, he puts laws, he puts rules. He's a builder. He's a go-getter. So you need that kind of nutrition to keep doing that. Your brain needs it. Your body needs it.
Right now, I get by with a very light meal in the morning and then a heavy meal. Mid.
You should accommodate your diet to your lifestyle. Is what I'm saying.
But when I was working, and this was like long, 10-hour, 12-hour days or whatever, right? I never ate so much, but because it was like, but you were working, you'd work and then you'd get a half hour, and you'd have like a half a sandwich and a bag of chips and a soda, go back to work. And then at lunch, you'd have actually like maybe a whole sandwich, and whatever. And then, go back to work and then a half, then you get another half hour break or whatever. You eat cookies and chips or whatever, another soda. And then you go home and you have dinner, it's like, that's so much food.
It is a lot of food, man. Yeah.
But if you're working, if you're burning those calories,
if you're burning it, that's a different.
That's all it's. Yeah,
that's why you have a lot of fat people, because you have kids eating fucking chips and sodas and they're just fucking sitting their asses on the computer, playing fucking video games and walling themselves down to the bathroom, barely showering. So you have
but so much has to do with the kind of food they're eating. The processed foods is really what's killing everybody, I think.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah. Bad diet.
So that I do, I mean, I don't know. I can't eliminate it all because I like stuff, but I mean, for the most part, I don't like to process stuff. As least processed is good. I think maybe.
Yeah, we're growing a lot of shit this year, man. Cat's already got a lot of shit started up.
I mean, what is process? If you're not eating fast food, like let's say you just like,
yeah.
Is there like what's still processed in our when we're cooking at home? Like
I'll give you a good example of that. I'll give you a really good example of that. A good spaghetti dinner. Like you're gonna go get a jar of spaghetti that's got sugars and salts and shit to preserve it in a jar. You're gonna get tomatoes, and you're gonna get your own sauce boiled down, reduced. You're gonna add your fresh garlic.
Okay, so you're talking about maybe buying ragu at the grocery store,
right? And not only that, but the noodles too. You can get processed pasta, that would be freeze dried, or you're gonna get actual flour. You're gonna make your own pasta and boil it and have yourself a proper home cooked meal.
All right. Well, myself, like I doubt. Like this is where I want to see the scientific data that shows the supreme benefits of making your own pasta handmade, other than buying Barilla off. Seriously.
One thing. I mean, I don't want to go against my own name here, but microplastics. Like you're gonna, if in processed foods and like a Kraft single slice of cheese put under a microscope to processed meat that has to go through machinery, put that under a microscope, you're gonna find micro pieces of metals and plastics in there. Rather, if you grow it at home and process it at home, you're not going to find that. And unfortunately, you're finding a lot of metals and plastics in foods that process because machines break down, oils get in the fucking.
But that's going to be in like bacon, that's sliced. You can't avoid that then, right? Am I right? Like a bacon, how it's sliced in the package.
Well, yeah, you got to get your own pig and do your own stuff on that side.
I'm saying, but if you buy it in the store, you're going to have metal chips in that, like you're saying, right?
From the blade itself, you mean?
Isn't that what you're saying? Anything
I'm talking about the process stuff. I'm talking about the one that goes through the machines that gets grabbed by the plastic handles and slapped onto the metal plates that are slammed by the dull blades, and they're packaged by the saran wrap and styrofoam. These processes
I'm just
have more plastics and metals in them because of machinery.
I'm imagining the packs of bacon, right? Somewhere, there's the hunk of loin, and then it gets somewhere, it gets chopped into the 8 inches or however long it is. And then that thing goes through this thing where it must get like slice 10 slices or something, whatever, you know what I mean?
Yeah, you're gonna get
Because they're all in.
materials.
So all that is processing, right? Through
Yeah.
metal slicers.
Plastic, metal,
And
machinery. Plus, you also have the
they go through
additives.
plastic and paper wrapping and everything, you know.
Mm.
So I'm just
There's a
saying,
lot more. I mean, there's tons of different ways of looking at it. Yeah.
I was just saying, isn't bacon on the shelf a victim of what you were saying?
Yeah,
It
definitely.
being
I'm sure.
processed like that, you know.
Yeah.
Compared to if you made your own bacon by
Yeah, but who
killing
wants to
your own
slaughter a
pig.
pig?
I don't want
Right?
to.
Who wants to kill a
Right.
pig? Who wants to see a little pig crying in your face? Shut up, pig! You're going to taste so good. No, not me, Wilbur. No. That's not too cool. I put googly eyes on my sandwiches. It's about as far as I'm going to go. You're going to eat me tonight?
Was it?
Uh-huh.
Was it the name of that movie, Babe? I'm thinking of where the pig and the old guy and
the sheep?
he entered the pig into the
Yeah.
sheep herding contest.
Yeah, that's Babe. Yeah,
My
that's a good
mom
movie.
had that on the other night, and just
That's a
the
good
back.
movie.
It was in the background for me, but that I thought that was a fucking great movie when I remember
enjoyed
watching
that one. Yeah,
I was like, that's fucking clever. And I just like, you know, it's like you get some of the towns, like, I don't know, you just get a lot of good character actors and stuff in there, and you just...
I like the Duck Ferdinand, the one that escapes. Yeah.
And then and like the black dog, I like the black, like, isn't that the
Oh
one that
yeah,
dies at the end?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Good job, pig. You know what's messed up was at the time that movie came out, James was dating this one chick, and she was pretty heavy set. And she would come into the house, and I would go la 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 la, la la la. That was mean. She was a nice girl though.
Oh my God, here's Sammy.
What? Oh, right on Ace MA.
Hey boys.
Hey, what's up?
How are you
Not
doing,
much.
Sammy?
Finished work for the day.
Oh, right on.
I started this hangout talking about you, sort of tangent. I guess it was more William though. It ended up, but I thought it was your hangout, where you guys were talking about the Jesus camp or something. Whatever.
Oh yeah, that's some scary shit.
Right.
I don't know. Kind of what I was seeing. It was just I'm opposed to most of the charismatic, what I call nonsense, I guess, is what I see. A lot of it is just, you know, it doesn't seem to be following any kind of something that I see in the Bible or whatever that churches were supposed to be doing.
Is that more like a Baptist stage type evangelistic church? More than
well,
like...
it's, I don't know, Baptist, but Protestant, definitely Protestant.
Okay.
And yeah, who knows?
Because it just seems, you know, that cleansing part of it has to be is a part of that culture when they get that crazy with it.
I mean, like anything, you can cherry pick verses out of the Bible or something, and then
well, because they deal with a lot of rebirth and renewal and what's it called, when somebody falls onto the church. Well, I forgot the right term for it, but
falls away from the church, you mean? Or
and goes back to it again, or
okay, I see what you mean. Yeah. Whatever, restoration,
you know,
or some kind of
one of those R words. R, yeah.
Repent. Reconciliation,
like that Baptist type deal, you know, you get dipped in the water and forgiven for all my sins, you know, even that Piggly Wiggly held up.
Even that, was that from a movie or something?
Yeah. I thought you said you didn't knock up that Piggly Wiggly. Well, I lied, and I'm forgiven for that too.
Oh, is that from Oh Brother Where Art Thou or some shit?
Yeah.
Oh, it's so funny. I thought about
movies.
that because that seemed like a kind of movie that, I would see. Because that was when they got baptized, right, and stuff.
Yeah,
they would say,
redemption
"I'm
thing.
saved," or wasn't it like they got, "I'm saved"?
Yeah.
That's so. Wasn't it right after that the fucking toad thing happened?
Yeah, they fell for or that one guy did fell for
And
the
no, they're carrying
sirens.
around that fucking toad because they think it's their friend that the witch has turned into a toad.
Yep,
Remember the
sirens.
three women, the sirens.
Mm-hmm.
That's hilarious. That another man. That's one of my favorite movies of all time. I'd say.
It's a good
Brother, Where Art
interpretation of
Thou?
that whole Odyssey
My Cousin
thing.
Vinny is right. Is like my all-time, maybe one of my favorite, at least comedies.
That wasn't too bad. That was pretty good. I
love
like Marissa Tomei in there.
Definitely. I mean, I loved every character in that movie is great.
You
From,
see, that was a
Fred Munster.
1967 GTO. That what they were driving was a Tempest. Let me show you why. Because the GTO had positive and they have limited slip differential, and I can prove that to you.
Exactly. I know. Like, do you accept her as an expert witness? Anybody want to void her? Yeah. Okay. You're right. They ask her a few questions. She's like.
Yeah, and her father was a mechanic, and her brothers were mechanics, and she's a mechanic.
My grandfather's mechanic. Maybe. No. Are we supposed to just take your word? Yeah. No. I like it when they're out in the cabin and she's, if you remember, like he doesn't want to get married until he wins his first case. And that's like, she's been waiting for like fucking years now. It's like, so, but and so all this shit, remember, like by this time, like he can't get no sleep. He's been thrown in jail. The judge is like on his ass, like over every little fucking thing. He's faking who he is, he's got to run around this fucking dude up in New York who's using his name or whatever. There's that element too,
Mm-hmm. You remember who played the judge?
Yeah, the Munster guy.
Yeah, Fred Gwynn or Gwynn.
Fred Gwynn. Yeah, Fred Gwynn. And then it's so funny, and then because and so he's out there on the porch, and he's pouring through these books, and then she comes out there, and I forget, she just says something like, you did say we're gonna get married if you win this case, right? Or I don't know, whatever, she's like, she brings it up, that, and then he just goes through that litany of, I can't sleep. I got a guy. He's trying to, the guy with the bat, he's trying to punch him, challenge him to a fight every time about the money with the, I don't know if you remember from the pool playing at the, anyways.
I don't remember that part. It's been a while since I've seen the movie.
Oh, it's really great. And because the guy ends up in a cast, like a full body cast after this sort of deal. And he tells him, hey, you got a lawyer? Like, only it's this guy he's having this hassle with, it's like, but since he's showing up all as a body cast, he's like, you got a lawyer? Anyways, it's just hilarious. But he's naming off all this shit, like I got a judge that hates me. I got a suit. I mean, he's talking about.
I remember the suit part. Yeah.
Yeah. The store got sick. Anyways, and then he's like, especially then he gets it, and to top it off, your biological clock. Is there any other thing you can possibly add to the top of this case? He's like, and she goes, maybe it was a bad time. And then she walks back inside or some shit like that. It's so funny. But I think she got an Academy Award for that. Or at least she was nominated. Yeah, that was.
When I watched that movie when I was a kid, teenager, I think. That's when I first saw like Hollywood, because there ain't no fucking way a hot ass broad like Marissa Tomei is gonna get fucking together with fucking
that little Italian dude,
staunchy ass fucking face. What's his face? Joe Pesci.
Joe Pesci, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
How much money has he got?
No, I was about to say that too about the whole money thing. A small, a lawyer who could hardly make it with a face like her, she get a lot further than that. Quick.
Oh well, like after 6
He
years,
might have a big long tongue.
After 6 years, well, maybe, yeah, but after 6 years, somebody better didn't like catch her eye and say, "Fuck you, dude, you loser." Right? Yeah.
I don't know, man. It's just
Maybe,
whole Hollywood
maybe
thing.
she
You always
has
see,
met
old
someone with
farts
a.
with hot young broads.
What's that, Sammy?
I said maybe she hasn't found someone with a longer tongue yet.
Yeah. Okay, yeah.
Maybe Joe can breathe through his ears.
Yeah. Well, maybe money isn't everything. I mean, she was hanging in with him for a long time. Another movie I like, one of my favorites is As Good as It Gets. That's one of my top 5.
I've seen
probably.
that once. All right.
I
I
just
reckon when a young hot chick gets with an old dude like that, she's got daddy issues. She's looking for a daddy replacement.
Yeah.
it
Depending on how
depends.
hot they
I
are, too.
mean, if it's not his money, what the fuck has that guy got going for him? Honestly, I'm with you, Ironic.
Well, I would
She
say
couldn't have found someone better.
it depends on maybe. Oh yeah, well that's true. But it depends. Sometimes it might depend on
Maybe he
how.
doesn't beat her, and she comes from a world of men always beating all the women, and she found one that doesn't
Yeah,
beat the crap out of her, so she feels safe. There's
yeah,
lots of different
Do you
reasons
think?
why,
he could have groomed her for the last 10 years. Fucking anything.
right?
Is
Could have
there
been
such a
upstairs neighbor
thing?
was fucking giving her gifts and candies, and she was fucking 9 years old.
Do you
Think
guys? Do you
about it.
guys?
Woody Allen married his fucking stepdaughter,
Yeah,
Well,
that Asian
yeah.
chick.
who was 5 when he got with the mother.
Mm-hmm. That's crazy.
Like, yeah, I don't know how he wasn't fucking charged with shit because it was quite apparent that shit had been going on longer than
Mm-hmm.
like
That whole Hollywood thing, man.
the minute she was legal, they're like in a full relationship. You're gonna tell me that just happened overnight?
Right?
Was it when she was 18? They that they came out as a couple? Was it that early, or was
Well, I
it
think from
21
Mia
maybe?
Farrow said in an interview with somebody, she said that she noticed like something weird when I think the girl was about 15. I think she said, but
Yeah.
it could have been before that.
Mm.
And he just not only has he groomed this child to then want to marry him, but he gets away with it.
Yeah, that's the sick part
Well,
there.
I was going to ask, is there such a thing maybe as women? I mean, and I'm not talking about like celebrities or anything like that, but I don't know, like could a woman have gone through a couple young guys, or guys like say a 30, 35-year-old, 40-year-old woman who's maybe divorced twice, and like and out in the dating world, all she sees is these younger, guys her age
Idiot.
are
Yeah.
just the same. They're looking after this go, and they're even worse than at least when she was 20, they were both starting out not knowing shit together, but now these fuckers are fucking. Anyways, is it
Yeah.
possible that a woman would be like, fuck,
Absolutely.
I
Absolutely. And
Especially
I'd
the ugly
settle for
ones.
somebody that's like older and just fucking settled and not fucking playing games. I don't give a fuck if he just is home every
honestly,
night
there's
or
a
something. I
lot
don't
of
know. Is
women
that
out there
possible?
like that, I think. Oh,
Mm-hmm.
absolutely. And I would say a large majority of women actually are like that. They prefer older men, which is fine because men aren't as mature as women either. I've always believed that and I still do to this day. But
I'm
there's
not.
there's some it's one thing for a 30-year-old to date a 20-year-old or a 35-year-old to date a 25-year-old, but for a 60-year-old to date like a 19-year-old,
And
there's
I was
a
gonna say that
definite
too, Sammy.
power imbalance. See, these guys have life experience that they can take advantage of these younger
I mean,
girls.
I think we
That's the
can.
only thing
I think
that I
most
can see
people
wrong with.
recognize. I think most people recognize when the difference is maybe too much. Like I don't.
Yeah.
So I get you. But I don't think I a six. Okay, so what's too young for a 60-year-old?
I think it like max 20 years younger. You
I would
know.
say a 40-year-old shouldn't go any younger than 40 years old. A 60-year-old, like younger
Yeah,
than
yeah,
40, yeah,
exactly.
that's too
That's what
young,
I'm
dude.
saying.
Like, come on,
20 years is heaps.
can't do a
Like if you get
45-year-old, 42, 43, something. Come
yeah.
on.
Dude, if I'm hitting 40-year-olds when I'm 60, I'll be a happy man. I tell you.
Definitely, man.
You know? Like why would you 40-year-old women would know what the hell they're doing. You know what I mean?
I
Have
I would
experience.
I would hope any man or woman at 40 knows what the fuck's going on by that time. Otherwise, I don't
Yeah.
want to be with them. I don't think.
Yeah. There'd be a reason they got that far and had no experience.
Sammy, do you think there's any reason like two 60-year-olds, like or 60-ish, 50 to 60-ishes, should have long engagements before they hook up and decide to like?
Fuck no.
Okay,
I think at that age,
like
fucking
like to
2 months,
me,
3 months, if you want to get married, get fucking
I'm
married.
like
Like,
I'm like the clock's
Yeah, no time to
ticking, man.
lose.
The clock's ticking, dude. You know, I ain't gonna be around here
yeah,
forever.
that
Look what time it
those
is.
days of fucking 2, 3, 4. Man, I was engaged for like 8 years, and we just never
Mm.
wanted to take the leap because we were happy. But I'm glad we didn't because look, we didn't end up together, and that would have been divorce and all that bullshit.
Yeah.
We just got to part ways, and we're amicable. You know, we got kids together and shit, so we kind of got to be. But
Well, I
fuck,
don't
I would
know.
have hated having to go through all the legal bullshit and sign all my shit over. I mean, I left her anything anyway, but at least that was off my own back and not being forced to.
Mm.
Weird. I would have resisted had I been forced.
I'll
Probably
tell you
just on
what, man.
principle. You
Being raised, I was raised more or less kind of fundamentalist Christian home, right? Baptist, like Southern Baptist fundamentalist. If you know, I don't know if that tells you anything. And it wasn't like I don't know, but nothing. And if you have any idea of the these are those people they put a lot of focus on, marriage and divorce and
know?
homosexuality and so I don't know, you maybe you pick up on some vibes of what God's idea about divorce is and things like that, depending on where kind of circles you've been raised in or whatever. Anyways, it's just the point is, once when I got married, and I was married for 15 years, I was with a woman for like 18 years, and then we got married, and then for like 14 years, and then she met a guy, and while we were separated just by geography, we were moving. I bought a house in California, so we moved the kids out early, and while I was buttoning things up in Michigan and working all these hours to pay for the house, she met some dude. She worked at Marriott, and blah blah blah. Anyways, I flew out there. She tells me she wants to divorce, so I never get to live in the home. Blah blah blah. Anyways, like you go through shit like that, and it's like, it gives you a reality check as like far as what role is God playing in this picture, if there is a God, and things like that. So I just, yeah, the personal. This is why, I always want to talk to a Calvinist after he's been through a divorce, and I want to ask him about what he thinks about the sovereignty of God and the fact that God determined that you would have a divorce.
Yeah, yeah.
Because
That's a
that's when
great
it's real. That's
question.
when it's real. That's when it's real.
Yeah.
Or
Well,
when
see, I was
when
raised.
they lost a kid in a tragedy.
Yeah, I was raised that there is one biblical reason for divorce, and that is infidelity. Um, so even beat, battered
I still believe that.
partners, right, are told that they can separate for their safety, but they can't divorce. They can't
That's
biblically
my
remarry
position.
because their partner hasn't cheated on them. So that,
Mhm.
like, I can't believe that an almighty, wise God would say to a victim of a horrid, violent person, yeah, you can get out of there, but you can't actually be happy and find someone who does genuinely love you. You have to, stay married and hitched to this monster because you were 19 or 18 when you got married and were in a religion that pushed you to get married young because you couldn't have sex before then. So you went and got married after like a month of knowing each other. 30
Right.
years later, you've been beaten for 30 years, but you can't divorce the guy? Like,
Well,
Jesus.
I mean, I could wonder about you do take a like yeah, I would say probably there's a lack of like in the community, within the communities, within families, there's generally a great lack of instruction or women giving other women some good advice about this or allowed to give them good advice, things like that. And because obviously men have been seems like maybe because they're the breadwinners, generally they're in the position to, dictate good terms for themselves, along these lines, right? Mostly. And
Well,
so, okay.
see, I can accept things like the problem of evil and free will and all that, like why bad shit has to happen. But to then take the extra step and say, well, here's a direct command from God, and he, you know, the only argument anyone can give me is, well, you just don't understand his plan. There's a reason that he says you can't get divorced if you get beaten to within an inch of your life every day, because your husband didn't stick his dick in someone else. That, like, the best you've got is that my human wisdom just doesn't understand it. But other than that, it's purely immoral. It's not
Well,
wise. It's not what
but
I would see a
Sammy,
God
I
doing.
don't know any, I don't know any Christian, honestly, that like, I'm talking about people in my personal circles that I would call friends that are Christians would ever condone and would be the first, like if I ever knew somebody, was mistreating his wife and they were my friend and they pretended to be a Christian, I would be right on him asking, what the fuck are you doing, dude? I would be
Yeah,
all in his face and I'd want to know what's going on. I wouldn't take no bullshit, That's how I am.
yeah.
Cuz you're representing yourself as a Christian, dude. And otherwise, I mean, he would just lose a friend
I
if
see
he
what
didn't
you mean
change.
about the
Because,
at
he
some
needs to
level it's
be
the community fault because the JW or in the JWs, you're exactly right. It's not a bunch of brothers going up to the dude and saying, "Oi, what the fuck? Pull your head in." It's them. Oh, you're his wife. You need to just be long suffering and just put up with it because it'll make God happy. Like, what the fuck?
Mm.
Even to acknowledge that it's happening, but sort of say, well, the Bible says you can't get divorced. So,
And so, and if
yeah,
I was, and honestly, if I was the woman in a I'm a man, but wouldn't matter, I guess. But because I've been in the situation, and I mean, I've proved it out. I keep my promise. I made a vow. See, because my problem is my vow that I made was to God. I made a vow to God that and if you check those vows, there's not any wiggle room to get out of it,
yeah.
except for if you cheat on somebody. Because everything is covered, Sammy. Every fucking goddamn thing. You can't get out
But
of
what?
the
So
if I'm
explain
saying
to me
for
how sex
richer,
lets
I'm
you out
saying
of it,
for
that
richer,
being
for
beaten
poor,
doesn't.
for richer or for poorer, in sickness or in health. What
Yeah,
are the other one? I mean, everything is
that's
covered.
it. That's the four things, and it's like,
As
where
long
does
as
that
you
say
as
in
long
there?
as you both shall live.
Even through beatings.
Well, it doesn't say
You know,
that.
that's not it, exactly.
But see, this is what I mean. But in a Christian
And it
context,
also says
in a
to
Christian context,
honor your wife.
there's no wife beating. There is no beating your wife allowed in that community. It shouldn't be. That's my argument.
Well,
And
I
if
agree,
there is, a
but
woman ought to
unfortunately,
be
it
able to
is.
take some steps and get it corrected pronto by like going to the
Which,
elders and saying, "My husband's beating me. Could you guys give me a hand here? Tell him that's right."
which and they'll protect her. And that's all great, but she has to stay alone for the rest of her life.
No, nobody has to stay alone for the rest of their life. Because here's what I would say, Sammy. Because
Well, as
like
far as having an intimate relationship
I'm
with someone,
assuming,
she does.
I'm assuming that there is a reason they are married. That somewhere, there was a love there, and then the idea is that okay, what happened is that can we fix what happened? Maybe it can't be, but if it can be, God is in the miracle business, right? So,
Yeah, and that's
and
all
from a
great.
Christian point of
If that
view,
happens, then good on it. But it doesn't always happen. That's the
okay,
whole
but
point.
now, all right, but so
And
okay, here's the
there are husbands who get married without loving the woman as well. And
okay,
yes, I understand what you're
but in a
saying. I
Christian
agree. Like
context,
that,
in a Christian
he's not
context,
doing the right thing, right? He's not holding up his end of the bargain.
that's what I'm
That's
saying.
that's. I get it, but what does that mean for
Okay,
her? Oh, we
okay,
just
well,
have to ignore what you're going through because
what if
he's not
she's
being a
what if
proper Christian.
what if she's not holding up her part of the deal? Can you just split then too?
If she was beating him, yeah, she
No.
should be.
Why
He
does it
should be
have to
able
be
to.
okay? What if you're gonna allow it? I mean, I'm not saying allow beating, of course not. But what I mean, there's a lot. Okay, there's a lot of a mental. There, you. What if a guy that's just screaming at his wife all the time,
It, it,
never lays a hand on her, but is just
it,
fucking verbally
I
abusive
don't.
to
I
her?
don't know if you've ever had to live with someone that's that
I have,
abusive, but
believe me, I have.
even that is damaging, and a person shouldn't have to put up with that. And a God
I would say
shouldn't
that would
want
be
them to.
grounds. I would say that would be grounds for separating, like First Corinthians 7 talks about. I think it is. Where hey, if you got to be you have to be in a safe position. You can't live in a dangerous spot, especially if you have kids or whatever, or even if you don't. But like so if you've made a vow that you're gonna be married, right? Till death do us part, but then you have this issue. I'm saying at least the church
What if
allows for
that's not
her
in the
to live
vows
in
they give?
safety and separate from her husband, right? And
What
during the
if that's not the
separation,
vows they give though?
I'm
What
sorry,
if they have their own vows?
I don't know. I'm talking about Christian marriage. I think is like you said. You think in the text of the Bible you see allowances apart from adultery or somebody breaking the contract.
No, but I think the Bible is a man-made book. I don't think it's divine, so that's why
Okay.
I don't think it says anything decent.
Okay.
Because
Well, I
a
mean, if
God
you're
with
asking me,
half
okay.
a heart would say, yes, um, Christian couples shouldn't be beating each other. But if one is, the victim shouldn't have to stay and be beaten because of some arbitrary thing that you can't get divorced. You can
Yeah.
separate, which is
Okay.
the
So that's
exact
make
same
believe.
thing,
That's
but
now but you're talking about a
you
different
can't
religion than
break
Christianity.
this
You
contract.
just stopped talking about Christianity. You just left talking about Christianity then with that kind of
No,
claim.
because you think Christians can't beat their wives or something.
Christians are not what I mean. A Christian that's behaving themselves like a Christian won't be beating their wife. True.
Yep, but
So
Christians often don't behave like Christians. So what do? Still make the wife stay in the marriage?
when you say make the wife stay in the marriage, who's making
Well, she's
who?
not allowed to get divorced. So
By who?
the
By who's
religion,
who? Who
whoever you
decides?
want to say,
Who do you
pick
think?
a religion and I'll tell you.
I want to ask you what the New Testament says about who determines whether they're gonna stay in a marriage or not.
Nobody. The Bible. What do you mean?
I'm gonna say the Bible. If it indicates it's the person decides if they're gonna get divorced or not. Like the woman can
So
get
if you
divorced.
want to disobey the Bible,
There's
yeah,
nothing.
that's
There's
fine.
nothing. There's not. In other words,
Because the
nothing is.
Bible says there's only the one reason to get divorced.
No, I'm saying there's nothing to prevent a woman from divorcing her husband ever, even on false grounds.
Depending on what religion she's in.
No,
Yes.
no, I'm
For
saying any
example.
Christian. I'm saying any Christian woman, like in the West,
But what?
any Western country, is free to
But that
divorce their
includes
husband.
Mormons, Jehovah's Witnesses,
Yeah,
Seventh Day Adventists.
any Mormon woman is the one who can
Well,
determine if she's going to divorce or not.
a Jehovah's Witness can't. She will lose her children. She will lose her friends, her family.
Look, everybody has a choice. There's, you pay your
Yeah,
money, you take your
that's
choice.
what the governing bodies say on disfellowshipping.
No, that's
Well, we
no,
don't
that's life.
disfellowship the people.
Sammy,
They
that
choose
is
to
life.
disfellowship the
Sammy,
church.
life comes with
No, it's
choices.
not.
Every day we have to make them, and every day we do
Exactly.
make them. And
And
so
I
it's
think that your
and so
supposed God
but
has made
so what?
horrid
But
choices
Sammy, you
that
have to
even
talk
humans
about.
can do better.
But look at is there any of these women? How many of these women are having children, not knowing that going in that if they
Most
have a
of them, if not all of them,
yeah, there you go. So they're making a choice.
to have children. What the hell has that got to do with having to stay married to a man who beats you and beats your children?
No, I'm saying
Like,
you.
there is
I'm saying
nothing he can do to you. He can rape
I'm
you
saying I'm
as his
saying if
wife,
I'm
and you couldn't
saying
get divorced.
I'm saying any woman that's foolish enough to enter into a relationship in a community that allows that behavior, I'm saying that's a choice she
When the
made.
community forces her to get married early, indoctrinates her from birth so that she doesn't even understand that there's another way of thinking.
Okay, well
You
now
can
you just
try and
introduced a
blame
different. That's a
the
different
victim
element.
all you want, but
Sammy,
this
you
is what
can.
you're
I'm sure.
ignoring. You're making
Oh,
excuses
Sammy,
why
I'm
a
ignoring
woman should have to stay
I'm
married
ignoring the
to
one
a
in a
dude that
million
beats her.
chance of a thing
No, it's
happening.
not one in a million. If that's what you think, then you're very mistaken.
No, I don't think you know what I'm talking about.
Perhaps, but all I know is that the number of battered partners in these religions, and I can at least speak for the one that I was in, and it does not match numbers outside of these religions. Like
But
these
see,
religions
somehow,
foster this sort of
somehow,
culture.
somehow, you think the New Testament allows for these practices you're complaining about.
I think that you're ignoring that the New Testament doesn't allow for divorce. That's it. There's no argument. Unless you're
Except in
cheated
the
on, you
case.
cannot get divorced. Doesn't matter if he
Okay.
kicks you every day of your life in your face,
Wait, it doesn't matter what?
holds you down and rapes you. All the best you can do is hope to somehow separate from the person who, in
No, when
these
you say that,
religions especially,
okay,
is
what's
the
wrong?
sole provider for the family.
Okay, so
If
like
you're the one choosing to leave the marriage,
so
you
how
don't
many?
get to take the
Okay,
kids.
so I want to know. This is what I mean. I say so. You pick out the 1 in 200 millionth of a person. Now, what kind of? How many men are going home and every day they're holding down their wife and raping them? that and they're
more
calling
than you
themselves
think.
a Christian.
Do you know the biggest cause of death of women, at least in Australia, and I'll look up the states for you, is domestic violence. More women are killed by their partners than anything else. Still, to this day. But you're going to tell me that I'm talking about like a 1 in a million sort of thing.
Well, how I, is that? Are you saying that's? Are you blaming uh, the murderer, completely on those
Society,
acts? I'm
whether it
saying,
be the larger society that we live in or the smaller society like the religion.
I'm
Um,
saying, how many of these women drove the men to the act that broke the camel's back or something?
Now that is is fucking out there numbers. Like
And
nothing.
that
Next
and
to
that and
nothing.
that and that could be a result of these no divorces. Like if it happens in a context where you can't divorce, that would be something that could, like the man might feel trapped. In other words, you see what I'm saying? Like, what if a man feels trapped? Like, a woman can feel trapped, obviously, if she's getting abused, but men can be abused too. And if they're trapped, what are they going to do?
On
You know,
average in Australia, and we have 24, 25 million people, on average, one woman dies every 9 days in Australia. Imagine what the
from
states
you mean from a beating?
from domestic violence. Yep. And one man every month is killed by a current or former partner.
Well, it makes
So
sense that.
that's enough that and this is just in the average society. You go into these cults and the numbers are magnified because these cultures foster it.
Well, they're lawless cultures, right? But, I don't think you're talking about normal Christians or normal people anyway, in general, aren't doing those kind of things to their
Well,
wives.
pick a religion, pick a denomination, and talk to victims from there, and you'll see
Yeah.
that it's not
I don't know, but
it's
I don't
not
know.
particular Christians. It's humans. The problem is human.
Well, that's what I mean, I was going to say, but so in other words, but if you're going to say there aren't men who can control themselves and, I, and, a lot according to Christian ethics, I don't, that's not true.
No, no one's saying that. The majority do.
Right, but
Of
you
course, it's a
say, but
smaller number than probably not abused.
I
I
just
never
think
said it was more than half.
you're ignoring a lot of things that are in the context of like what the New Testament at least supposes about family and church life and the
Yes, I'm
community
not. I get it. I think that's why
and
we're
there
actually
ought to
agreeing.
I think there ought to be a lot of accountability. There's generally just a lot of built-in accountability in a community that's acting right and functioning right. I'm going to argue. So obviously, if you get outside of that context or whatever, uh, and you have certain ideas about I'm trapped in this marriage, even though this guy's beating me. Like I would say, I don't know how you're interpreting things, but that you certainly should just separate. Now the idea is to separate because you want to separate with the idea that you're going to reconcile, Sammy. And so both parties ought to be, there should be an interdiction brought forth, at least on the part of the members of the church that are their love,
And
that
how many
people that
goes
love
should
them, right?
one?
So that's the
How many
idea.
goes should one have to have at this getting back together thing? 3, 4? Does the wife have to go back 10 times and keep getting her ass beaten before she's allowed to
No,
divorce?
see,
50?
nobody's suggesting
100?
that. No, why would she doesn't have to, she only has to take as many beatings as she wants to have.
Yep. And then when
She
she's
can,
had enough, she can only
she can
get
stay,
separated.
she's happy to, she's free to be separate from the guy.
Yep.
Yeah.
And have
And
to
all and
not
in the
have
context of the
not have a
community,
partner that loves
and
her,
in no,
not
and
have
in the
a husband.
no, and in the context of the community there, it ought to be where that man has so much pressure on him to start flying right and be the man he ought to be, and with God's help, then the two can be reconciled. Now, if that
See,
shouldn't
I
happen,
agree.
I wouldn't fault the woman for divorcing the guy, because she can treat him as an unbeliever,
Exactly.
because she can treat him as an unbeliever then, and then
Yeah.
I would say,
I'm 100% on board with that, and that I realize we're actually agreeing. What
I mean, you're
you're
talking about
saying,
cultish, you're talking about cult like
yeah, no, but
shit.
it does happen in other places. Like
I
there are
know.
couples and people who hold strictly to what the Bible says about
But beliefs
divorce,
have consequences.
not
If
just
you believe
Jehovah's
things,
Witnesses, right?
and then you'll act them out. Yeah.
There are people who hold the Bible to be the inerrant word of God, and it says you must not divorce. It's not just JWs. But I agree that if people actually did what the Bible taught, that it wouldn't be a problem. But if you want to say that there's a single religion out there that holds to the fucking things that they teach, when they're made of humans and this is a human thing, then I think we're just being ignorant at that point.
Well,
This
I
shit is
don't
going
make
to happen. And so to have a
that's
law
a
that
fundamental mistake that anyone can
traps a
interpret things the
victim
same way, though.
to either stay with their abuser or have to be alone in
Well,
terms of
that's
having
what I'm
a
saying.
life partner,
Anybody
that's
that's with an
bullshit.
abuser is choosing to do so for some fucked up reason, is what I'd say. I'll
If
be right
you can
back.
tell me any positive reason God would have for that rule, I could probably try and get on board with it. But there's none. The only answer is it's his plan. He designed it. It's how he wants it. And I know people will try and say, "Oh, it makes for a happy life and this and that." Bullshit. How is the beaten partner having a happy life?
You coming in here or you staying out? Sorry. Ever since Victor mentioned a mattress full of Doritos. Are you still there, Victor?
Oh yeah, I'll stay here. Yeah.
Do you remember that comment about Doritos in your mattress or something?
No.
I thought you said something about a mattress full of Doritos.
Mattress full of Doritos.
Like it was like an hour ago or something.
Huh. Well, I'm not even trying to be funny.
I guess probably didn't say it. I think you'd
Mattress full of
remember.
Doritos.
You'd remember a phrase like that.
Was Jill in here?
Yeah, and it had to
Not.
do with hell or something.
Maybe he was trying to steal my Doritos. I was like, nacho cheese.
Sorry, Sammy. I didn't mean to cut you off at all. I just had to get a snack. But yeah, I don't think we're disagreeing so much. But
Yeah, I agree that if people were doing what a Christian's supposed to do, no man would beat his wife, and the community would, if it come to it, take him out in the
I mean, if
field
every
and
Christian acted
you
like
know.
me, Sammy, the world would be a perfect place. What can I say?
Everybody
Well,
speeding.
it's
It's all about love.
have
Love to be
anger
loved.
control issues.
I have anger control issues, you think?
Slightly, yeah.
I don't have those in real life.
Just on YouTube.
I mean, yeah, most of what I do online is pretty controlled and on purpose. I mean, it's real passion, but you can let it go or not. You know what I mean? It's like ride, like it's like reining in a horse or something. It's like sometimes I give it free rein, but
Yeah, I used to do that, but
and it, yeah.
lately I've been trying to be more thoughtful and try and see the person's position that I'm arguing with, even if I think it's detestable and I'm still going to disagree with it. I found when I honestly step into their view, even though I might not change my mind, I learn something new about their position. I understand a little bit more. It makes me not like them a little bit less, because I sort of see how their brain got there. They're not just being an ignoramus or, you know.
Oh.
But before that, it's like you're just coming to argue from your position. You're not there to actually converse, which is talk, then listen, absorb,
Well,
then respond. It's just not you, like, but in general on YouTube, like with Jill and that, it's just they start yelling, and his mic is always super fucking hot somehow, and yeah, no one can get a word in. That's not a discussion. That's someone that's waiting for their turn to talk rather than having a conversation.
well, to be fair to myself, like I most of the time I'm spending online, it's like in Brojo's hangout, and and there's a lot of people that come and go in there, and like, so look, if you don't know that place is a showtime, you know, and it's fun, and that's what makes it fun, and all the characters in there is like unbelievable. I mean, if
I
that
get it. I fully get it. That's why
okay,
when
so
people tried to say, don't let Jill in, don't let Irenic in, I'm like, no, fuck you, it's my channel.
well,
Everyone has
I don't
their
care about
opinion.
that, but whatever. People can do what they want. I'm just saying
Yeah, but
there's a
if you start not letting people have an opinion, you start creating an echo chamber. And that is not what I want. I don't want people spouting my own beliefs back at me. I want other
that's
beliefs
the
given to
last
me.
thing I want. Yeah. I mean, I like it when I find true, like people who have come to maybe where I'm at, like through their own path, and like
Yeah,
they've reached where I'm at. Is like that's the kind of thing I like, not somebody who's a
yeah,
follower.
yeah. When you make that connection with someone, like,
Or whatever,
it's like, fuck, it's like we were, walking the same path for years, but we've only just met, sort of thing.
something like
It's
that.
an awesome feeling.
Maybe, yeah, those are cool.
Yeah,
But
and
anyways,
I've
yeah,
heard that one before.
I mean, I don't know. Like out of the hundreds of people I've met online, I consider there's like a few of these people are. I don't know if I have any better friends than like like Victor maybe, or Saint Tommy, or I don't know. Even get Brojo's trying to get me to be his friend more lately. I think somehow
I think he's just trying
sending
to
me
be a
private
better.
messages.
Yeah, same. But I think he might just trying to be a better person, just in general. Like
Yeah,
he's wanting to chill his channel out and
I think it's
stop
just part of his.
the dumpster
Yeah,
fires.
I think it's just part of his 12-step program that he's doesn't tell anyone about,
Yeah,
making amends.
yeah. But no, I'm the same. My closest friends now are mostly all online.
Same.
Again, PJ's one, but I reckon PJ is probably everyone's good friend because he's so chill and funny.
Well, not everyone has
Just,
kissed Victor like I have. I'm pretty sure I
just
have.
silent most of the
I
time,
think
and
I,
then pipes
I,
in with like,
I think I kissed him once just so I could say on the cheek, or something like that. It was just like just so I could say I did it.
Nope,
Wasn't
never
there a
got that
time
far.
like that? No, we never.
No.
My lips have never. Okay, we hugged though.
Yeah, bro hug.
All right, well that's close enough. See, you guys, you haven't hugged Victor.
No. No. Not yet.
I don't know if I've ever hugged Catherine.
I'm coming to the States. Dude, I've never left this country because I can't go a day without marijuana. But now there's a country I can fly to and not stress that I can't get off the plane and get some weed. You know what I mean? I feel like a fucking 20-hour flight.
I was just recently, considering a long flight, over to England. And I was like, what I came up with, I was going to get the fucking gummies, and then just, open up some, I buy some real gummy bears and just, throw some those in there, seal it back up or whatever, take it in my carry-on. I mean, are they really going to scan a marijuana gummy compared to a real gummy? I don't know if they can detect that difference.
Well, no. I guess the only thing is if you get pulled aside and they do that swab thing over you, it'll detect the THC and stuff. But you've got to get singled out.
Saying. You seal it, and then everything should be clean. Yeah, you want to make sure it passes a swab.
Yeah, but maybe wait till the next day, shower and everything.
Yeah, I'm just talking like a bag of candy. You pull it apart. You drop some of those gummies in there, and you put it back together, and you put a heat iron on it or something, and seal it back up, and then just wipe the bag off. I think that would be good.
Yeah, I don't know.
I don't know
how sensitive those swabs are.
Now, if there's dogs sniffing, they might smell that stuff through your luggage. I don't know how sensitive they are, but anyway, I was gonna give it a go.
Question, whether dogs can detect.
As far as I don't think they have the dogs at the airport. Anyways, and I don't know, or I thought about I'll just eat about 4 of these things right before I get through security. You know what I mean?
That's what I was going to say. Yeah, just chuck them in right as you're going through.
And I can go 24 hours. I can go 24 hours, without suffering. Even cigarettes, I could. Like I'd be that first one after 24 hours would be tasting good, but
yeah, I can do that too. It's just the idea of like a week or 2 weeks somewhere.
Don't you just pretend you're sleeping? For in 10 hours of sleep, you're not craving anything, are you?
Yeah. Oh no, I would sleep. I can sleep standing up. Like,
wow.
Sleep
I wish I could.
Yeah, man, I'm always exhausted.
I can't sleep on a flight. I mean, and I was a flight attendant's husband. It's like flying all the time, but I couldn't get comfortable sleeping. It's just that halfway, you can't lay back quite far enough, and leaning forward. I can't get.
It's uncomfortable, but because it's so far to go anywhere in Australia that you do lots of driving, especially if you go on holidays and stuff. And I learned quickly to sleep in a car.
Oh, I don't mind a car. I can sleep in, not a plane. I don't.
Actually, and you mentioned 10 hours. It's a 10-hour drive to Queensland, and the last time we went, I slept the entire trip. I got in, fell asleep, woke up, we were there. It was amazing.
That's what's really amazing is like it didn't take any time, I bet, hardly to you.
Yeah, it didn't. I for a bit, I didn't believe that we were there. I was like, whatever, she just pulled up at a service station or whatever.
Right.
And I looked out the window and fuck,
like, damn,
we're 10 hours away. I'm glad I stayed up so that I would be tired for the drive. And I pumped heaps of billies.
The surprising thing, Victor, was he was driving.
Yes. Exactly. Dude, every time I drive, I get to my destination and I think, fuck,
Wow,
I
I
don't
just woke
remember any of that drive. Fuck, did I do that?
Man, especially highway driving, I find myself just
Yeah.
reminiscing every little bit about, man, I can't believe I don't, I'm just on autopilot or something because I don't remember the last 5 miles of just actually driving and staying in the lane or something. You
Yeah,
know?
I know. And it's quite disconcerting when it happens because you're like, fuck, was I driving good? Like,
I think it's
you
just
know,
mind,
was
I think it's a matter of your mind being preoccupied, and you're just thinking about
yeah,
something, and then so your concentration comes back to the road, and now you just sort of like, don't remember
yeah.
keeping track
Well,
here.
they've realized that white lines, which we need for obvious reasons,
The
but
dashes.
they, yes, they cause hypnotism. So
Mm-hmm.
they will actually, if you focus too much on the lines, they'll put you to sleep. But you're meant to sort of be looking up ahead anyway. But sometimes,
I've
especially at night, if your lights don't shine that far, you're sort of forced to look down in front.
Well, I was taught very, in my, like, I don't know, would it be the 70s now, I guess. But in my driver's training, always like you said, you look up at you look up at the horizon of the road up there, that's where your eye, so you don't get trapped on it. But also in night driving, always oncoming traffic, especially, you just you always go to the shoulder to the right where there's a solid white line, and
Yeah,
that's I don't know if it's the same if you're
yeah,
left-sided, right? But do you have a solid line on the shoulder side,
yes, yeah,
and then a dash isn't right? So
in the middle.
and it's very I've always, I mean, I've been, I always like having that a nice shoulder line I can look at, especially if there's brights coming at me, because I'll turn away from the road and just look at
Yeah,
that line, and trust that
yeah,
car isn't going to swerve into my lane. It's like,
yeah.
Hey guys, I'm
Which
gonna
is
take
all
off.
you can do.
I'm gonna take off. I got a doctor's appointment tomorrow. I'm gonna try to get some sleep before I gotta get up and shower.
well, I was going to end this at 2 o'clock
No
if you
worries.
can believe it, but then I don't know, Sammy came in or whatever. Because that stuff I was telling you about, that kratom or whatever,
Uh-huh.
Sammy, do you know what that stuff is?
Oh, relaxing stuff.
Yeah,
Yeah, great.
Yeah.
I've
Well,
have you
I'll
heard of
catch you
that?
guys
heard
later.
I
I'm
don't
of
know.
gonna
it.
try to get some sleep.
Anyway, good night, Victor. But
All right, guys.
I'm gonna hang
See
up
you,
here
Victor.
too.
No worries. Well, thanks for having me.
Yeah, I'm glad you came in, man.
Oh,
You if you you missed the start. You were sort of related to. I mean, your name came up only because it was
yeah,
sort of by mistake, because I thought, I guess it was William who was playing the Camp Jesus thing.
yeah. Because he uses my StreamYards. But bless him,
Oh, okay.
He's that technically inept. He doesn't know that he can just click a different background and like he leaves all my branding all over his stream. So
Okay. Does
it
that have to
looks
do
like
with? Does that have to do with kind of the new technology they have with
no.
no?
It you know how you're
You just let him
a
use your
mod
key or whatever.
for
Yeah.
no, he's a mod like you are
Okay.
for Brojo.
Right.
So
I've been able to come in and run the show, right? Okay, you can do that.
yeah, so
Okay.
you should be able to like activate his videos, his
Right, yeah.
logos,
I mean, I
all that
remember
stuff.
I was there. Yeah, I did all his shit, the little gag things and everything. Like,
Yeah, exactly. So, but the other thing StreamYard can do is you can choose destinations. So, where are
oh,
you streaming to? Now, Brojo's has his channel there, but you can have as many channels as you want, including Facebook, Twitter,
okay,
Twitch,
different.
all the places you can
Mhm.
stream to. You just
Nice.
put your address in. So Will has added his,
Oh
so he
my
can
gosh,
stream to
man.
his channel.
StreamYard is the thing to do, man. I really love
Absolutely.
StreamYard, dude.
And I think I pay like 10 or $15 a month, and I get to
Mhm.
have 5 people with those powers. So really, I could have
Oh, wow.
5 people streaming to their own channel.
I'm just talking about the power of StreamYard to be able to connect you to all your own, like, I got you can stream shit on Twitter now, I think.
Yeah,
Like you said, Facebook,
yeah,
Instagram, like like your message can go out if you're in that kind of
yeah,
thing. I'm just saying. I don't care about that.
absolutely.
I'm just saying, but it is a way to broadcast your message out. It's pretty cool. All right, well,
And
I'm going to say goodnight.
especially because, yeah, I was just going to say, especially
I'll leave
because
you the
a lot
last
of
word. Go
people,
ahead.
a lot of people only use specific platforms. A lot of young
Mm-hmm.
people aren't into YouTube. They're, it's TikTok or whatever they use,
Mm-hmm.
Omegle and all this stuff. A lot of people won't use Facebook. A lot of people won't use Twitter. So
Mm-hmm.
the more of those platforms you can go to, and if it's just once you put them all in, it's just literally click each one you want to stream to and hit stream,
That's what
and
I'm
you're going out
saying.
to
It's so easy to just and you
multiple
can
platforms and hitting all the different crowds. So
exactly. It's yeah, because there you would have some. I'm assuming you might have some fans on every platform, even though not all of them are at any one platform,
exactly,
right? That's the way things roll these days. All right, Sammy. Good to talk to you, man.
You too, mate. Have a
Anything
good
else you want to
night.
say? What's your channel? 420 Atheist.
420 atheist. Yeah,
All right. Well, I recommend you checking out Sammy, and all you Christians go in there and tear him up.
yeah. Similar to what we're doing now.
All
Having a
right.
yarn. All right. See you, mate.
All right. With that, I'll say good night myself. Good night, everybody.
Good night.
I'll end this broadcast first. And end. Good night.